The difference between a broken community and a thriving one is the presence of women who are valued. You vibe excellence, my dearest beings. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. A warm welcome, a special welcome to the very special edition of the Legal Era Women in Law Excellence Awards 2021. Well, our presenting partner is Accenture. I am Shikha Singh, your master of ceremonies. And now, if you're wondering what makes this edition special, well, unless really you've been living under a rock, you know that the world literally, I can say so, turned upside down thanks to the tumultuous pandemic of COVID-19. Now, the word unprecedented, I would like to believe, just got redefined, but we at Legal Era would like to believe that the word challenging is more apt, to define the scenario that we are living in right now, not just because of the unpredictable nature of the year, but because of the unfathomable changes that we had to embrace in our personal lives and our businesses. So no wonder that the International Women's Day campaign theme for 2021 was hashtag choose to challenge. So yes, ladies and gentlemen watching us, I have to say that we at Legal Era have baked these awards with a lot of love for you all. Keeping that in mind, love for the embodiment of the Shakti in you. This is an event that posits an exceptional opportunity for the leading women in the legal fraternity to get onto that stage, take that space, rule that is truly theirs. And in my signature style, exactly like how we do on ground, while I'm heartily welcoming, all the men also watching us, this is for you ladies, as we did it on ground. I'm going to ask you, are you women unstoppable? Sitting from wherever you are, just get the roof down and say, yes, we are unstoppable. Just like that, have some very happy vibes. This is a celebratory evening. Let's have some powerful, lovely, energetic, charismatic vibes from all of you there. And here's the thing, all the men watching us as well, are you unstoppable? Yes, we together are. We are in this together, right? Ladies and gentlemen, to talk about the Legal Era Legal Media Group, as it is, that it is India's leading integrated media company, founded by Ms. Akriti Raizada, whom we will be seeing in a bit. It is in the business of empowering the legal community worldwide since the year 2007. Well, yes, a core believer in equal opportunity and creating credible platforms for recognition, Legal Era instituted the Legal Era Women in Law Excellence Award to reward the stellar examples of women leadership and legal finesse. Thank you for giving us an opportunity to celebrate you all. Well, yes, 2000 till date, I have to say that we have evolved along with you and diversified in ways more than one, as we anticipated the needs of the legal community, empowered them with the information, with the tools needed to succeed in the rapidly changing times. Yes, and today we are a proud 75,824 plus members that include lawyers such as you, corporate counsels, general counsels, arbitrators, CXOs, CEOs, and other industry leaders. Now that sounds absolutely empowering, right? Well, having worked with over 6,75,000 professionals, our vast array of thoughtful services and slick solutions make us the only brand serving the legal community with a comprehensive suite of content offerings and services in all medium. Well, our services range from crafting and presenting thought leadership publications such as, the Legal Era and the IP Era, the digital products, and also the bespoke information on business, finance, IP, investment fields to create the sole purpose, meaningful opportunities via events, conferences, networks, academies, recruitment, consulting, so on and so forth. Well, yes, with an international presence in Singapore, South Africa, UAE, the UK, and the US, our objective is to serve India's most credible platform for the global legal community while being a strong go-to bridge between the government and the industry. And while we do that, a core focus area that, grew, I would like to say organically, is the need for recognition of you women, our women in the law. Well, that's why the masthead for today is I decide. In today's society, I control my life and how I live it. So, yes, on that note, it's time to give a big, big shout out to our presenting partner. Thank you, Accenture. Well, ladies and gentlemen, you must know that Accenture is a global company offering strategy and consulting, interactive operations, and technology services. Well, they are over 5,69,000 employees globally, with over 2 lakh in India. Well, working across 40 plus industries globally, 8 cities in India, serving clients in more than 120 countries. Wow. Now, Accenture India, if we talk about, has a comprehensive I&D strategy, and they work through an ecosystem of internal as well as external stakeholders that include leadership sponsors at the top of the value chain, the legal, talent acquisition, employee relations, special projects, global I&D, center of excellence, so on and so forth. Well, externally, Accenture practices thought leadership in a wide view of diversity, I would like to say, and with industry bodies such as NASSCOM, ASSOCHAM, CII, Government of India, and in fact recognizes the importance of intersectionality to their people. So it covers segments such as gender, pride, persons with disabilities, caregivers, mental health. Now that's something so beautiful to note, right? So Accenture in India indeed has been that torchbearer in adopting and ensuring removal of barriers in all segments by staying ahead of the India legal framework at the same time. As an example, Accenture has introduced the 26 weeks maternity leave even before it was legislated. Now that's superb. So I just want to let everybody know that today, in addition to recognizing women achievers, we will also stir conversations on the what and the how weaken up the diversity and the inclusion quotient in the Indian legal industry. So before I introduce you to the panel that's waiting backstage, we just had some warmed up conversations backstage. That's the thing when it's good vibes already. I'm just urging all of you actually to keep your social media engagement absolutely buzzing today. Yes, make no excuses. It's time for your friends, for your colleagues to click snapshots of the fantastic time that I guarantee you're going to have with us. Yes, and some meaningful conversations that we would like to begin with. So click loads of pictures and share your experiences. While sharing, most importantly, do tag us, at the rate legal era hyphen legal media group. I repeat, at the rate legal era hyphen legal media group. So do tag us in our post so that we can take a note of it, we can repost it and just acknowledge it. So it's just a way of showing love to each other. So yes, I know you can and you are watching the ceremony live on the official Facebook page and the YouTube channel of Legal Era Legal Media Group and also our website. So with that, welcoming all of you once again to the Legal Era Women in Law Excellence Awards 2021. And we're heading very quickly, yes, right there, into a panel discussion on diversity, the theme of which is very befittingly being made as why does, ladies and gentlemen, why does I&D matter and how do we actively weave I&D into our organizations? Well, firstly, we knew we'll have your back. So thank you for that, for joining us, Valentine. Thank you. This means a lot to us and to the panel as well that's coming up. So this panel would just be an opportunity to be appreciated for who we are and embrace the uniqueness that you bring to your team each of the day. So allow me to please, without any ado, rope in our feisty and very accomplished panel members. Let's welcome on the stage, as I say, Manjari Chaudhary, the Executive Director and General Counsel at Maruti Suzuki India. We will also be welcoming Neera Sharma, the CEO, CLO from Sistema Smart Technologies. Let's also welcome Shukla Vasan, the Independent Director, Legal Corporate Consultant, Conflict Resolution, Arbitration, Mediation. We would also be having with us Neha Mishra Gautam, the Senior Legal Counsel from Accenture. Well, the strings of this feisty conversation would be held together by our very dutiful moderator, who's all set to take up the center stage, by the way. We'll also be welcoming Vasudha Sharma, the Vice President Legal from Accenture. So with that, let's extend a hearty welcome to the powerhouse panel on the virtual stage. A big hi to all of you there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Shikha.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Very happy to see you all. Thank you. And, before I hand it over to our lovely moderator, I would love to quickly talk about Manjari, starting with you first. Well, you're leading a team of 40 professionals and you work closely with the board. You have successfully, leveraged functional and business understanding to lead the industry initiatives and support the government relations work. Notable among them, if I can say, being the formulation of the voluntary code of ethics adopted by Nat Health as well. So as the first women general counsel of Maruti Suzuki, Manjari, you have successfully led change management. Now that's the driving force at our show today as well. You've been featured in India's top 100 powerful women in law. Happy to have you here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Absolutely. With that, Neera, I would like to say about you, when I was reading about you, you're an active member on the board and promoted as the Chief Executive Officer after working as a Chief Legal, Compliance and Regulatory Officer for a decade at Sistema now. And you've successfully handled the startup phase of many organizations. Wow. And you're an excellent communicator. There'll be things that I can learn from you. Strong negotiation skills, leadership qualities, analytical power. Wow, shades of a true woman, right? So you have a demonstrated history of working in the telecommunications, real estate, and IT industry. Welcome again. Thank you. And with that, Shukla Vasan, talking about you, you're a fellow member of Institute of Company Secretaries of India and fellow member of the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators, UK, a member and an integral part of the senior leadership of MNCs, including Hindustan Coca-Cola Beverages, Xerox India for over 3 decades. You're a mentor and a coach to general counsels and senior corporate leaders in India. Thank you for joining us. And with that, Neha, 17 years of experience for you as a legal professional, and you worked with Dr. Bhasin, AZB and Partners, ASL prior to joining Accenture. And at Accenture, would just like everybody to know that you're responsible for advising the cross-functional teams on a broad range of legal subjects and also for mentoring the contracting team. And with that, Vasudha, I know you're waiting to take over the strings of the conversation. We'd just like to say that you are in the legal profession for close to 15 years. Well, wow, seeing you doesn't look like. At Accenture, you manage multiple roles, between employment law, global compliances, ethics, data privacy, if I'm not wrong, is something that you find most fascinating. Is that true?
Yeah.
Great. So good research done. Thank you. Well, the most intriguing part when I was sort of researching about you was that, I'm a yoga enthusiast myself, and you're a trained, trained yoga teacher. So I loved how you believe and how strongly you are a proponent of being selfish about the time we need for self-care. So that just felt very nice and empowering, because self-care, they say, is the best, best care you can give. So on that note, I will just, seal my lips and hand it over to you, Vasudha, all yours.
Thank you so much, Shikha. This was indeed a warm welcome. And I would like to now thank and welcome all of you for joining this panel discussion on inclusion and diversity. You have all taken time out on a Saturday, and I can assure you it will be worth your while. A special thanks to Legal Era for bringing together such an accomplished all women panel with whom I've had the privilege of interacting and was amazed with their passion and at the same time a very pragmatic approach of looking at this topic of inclusion and diversity. And now I just cannot wait for them to share their stories and perspectives with all of us and get inspired. And one day perhaps do this all over again in person with all of you. So today the topic sort of suggests that I will be talking to women in law. That's correct. But for a change, the focus will not be on law today. Instead, it will be on these women, their journeys, their personal stories, struggles, and much more. Now, there is a sufficient body of research which shows that inclusion and diversity improves and is in fact a powerful enabler of business performance. Diversity is a clear competitive edge, and the likelihood of diverse companies outperforming industry peers on profitability has increased significantly. Diverse teams have shown to be more likely to radically innovate. In a nutshell, the case for inclusion and diversity has now moved from why to how. Benefits of inclusion and diversity are more than clear, and a crisis like COVID-19 should not change anything. But despite that, there are two divergent views that are emerging, and the gap is widening between the strong proponents of inclusion and diversity on one hand and the ones who are yet to embrace this reality. On one hand, some companies, inclusion and diversity, it is too important to be put on a back burner, even in the time of crisis. And for others, it's a luxury they just cannot afford. So the choice for leaders is really between either they deprioritize inclusion and diversity, or they can seize this moment, protect the progress that they have made so far, and strengthen their future position. With that, let's just dive in and start with learning and hearing from all our panel members about their stories. We often hear success stories, but it is good to know the real sweat and blood that defines those success and overcoming bias and their personal struggles. So if I may, can I start with you, Shukla?
Sorry, I was muted. Thank you, Vasudha. Thank you, my co-panelists and Legal Era, as well as thank you, Accenture, for this opportunity. And it's indeed unique. You know, we always talk about a lot of things, but now to talk about the struggle and the successes that we had since the last night, I've been thinking, what do I do? So then I just went down my memory lane. So it was a good way to recap as to how things have gone in my career. You know, now having brought up in a family with 4 brothers and 2 sisters, and me being the third with 2 elder brothers, very protective life. My mom and my brother would take me wherever I went, so I never ever went alone anywhere. You know, so after my class 12, it was a challenge that I had to negotiate with them. The first step I negotiated was allow me to give tuition. When I finished my class 12 and there was a 3 months gap for the results to come in, I negotiated with my elder brother and my mother and my father, allow me to do tuition. From there, I started, and I gradually, over a period of time, managed to get a job, get into the corporate world immediately after my graduation. But then the corporate world was a different thing altogether. When I got in an admin department. Once I went there, I realized this is not enough. This is not what I'm looking for. You know, go to the goal, you reach the goal post, and you realize it's not enough. Went into companies, did my company secretaryship. While doing company secretaryship, I said, that's not enough. What do I do next? Then I said, okay, fine. A law and company secretary designation qualification is a good combination. I did that, and over a period of time, I managed to qualify and get, and I've been very fortunate to get organizations where I've really had both these portfolios going with me. So every pace of my life, I have been changing my goalposts. Even at the corporate level, when I've done enough of legal and company secretarial, I say I need more. I was luckily given public affairs and communication, government relationships. So that was another very very excellent experience that I had. You know, I've had many challenges in my workforce. Okay, on 3 occasions, I lost my job, and suddenly, out of the blue. But it never dampened my spirit because I always knew one door closes, 10 more opens. And I'm a very positive thinker. And each of those occasions, I have bounced back with a better job and better pay pack and without any break in my service. So it was great, you know. So I'm happy that, you know, and I have been in the leadership team for the last 1.5 decades, you know, when I was there. And I have been this only female there. But luckily for me, I mean, not luckily, I wouldn't say luckily, nothing comes by luck. It is through your own sweat and hard work that, you know, you find a way to be able to get acceptance by the leadership team. There are biases, but there weren't very many because I was working with MNC. So there is some degree of acceptance of how leadership works and how female and stuff like that. So my corporate stint has been broadly in that manner. Then I got married. Then, you know, marriage brings another change to our life. You know, you have to continue to do a work-life balance. You have to have your office. All this while you just think of office, and now it's office and home. So then I used to burn the midnight lamp to be able to complete my assignments or whatever work I had. But luckily, my husband was a professional, so I was happy to be able to meet all my commitments. I never had that stumbling block. Then came motherhood. Motherhood was the best thing that happened to me. You know, my son is now 25. He's going to NYU to do his master's in computer science. But there is a phase in our working life, you know, when you're little toddlers and they need you. So I've been fortunate. I was living always very close to the office, and so by about 6:30, was I never believed in late sitting. Neither did I encourage my team, nor did I sit. So 6:30, I used to be home. Spend that, you know, all of us are mothers, so some of you know that as soon as you go home, the first 1 hour is what the kid wants. Doesn't want more than that, you know. Then he or she will go and play. So that's what I used to do. And then I used to freshen up and be able to spend time with my son and stuff like that. There have been a lot of personal challenges, you know. Two of them, which I've been trying to think and say that I want to tell you that there have been times when my son is not well, but then I had some assignment to do. So I was very clear that my work will happen, come what may. But if my son needs me or my family needs me, they need me and I will be there. I cater to it because if your home is not taken care of, we as women cannot perform in the office. That's the reality I have seen, you know. Two, three occasions, you know, often my maid would call me up, tell me in the morning, you know, see, you got to send vegetable and stuff. I don't have it. There's no vegetable to cook. I'm in a meeting. Suddenly she calls. I see a call coming, you know, on the cell. I realize I've not ordered. If you're with your team, you can tell them, listen, guys, I have to order vegetable. And I'll tell the vegetable vendor, 2 kilo aloo, 2 kilo pyaj, 2 kilo tomato. You know, rattle it off that way, then call up the maid. Oh, it's just reaching you in half an hour's time, you'll do. So, but if it's a leadership meet, you can't talk all that stuff. So just take a 5 minutes break, get this thing done and do. So those are all part of life. You know? Two occasions which I remember in 2013 when I lost my brother. I was in the hospital and we just got the news. He had a cerebral attack and he was just about 58. And I came out and I was getting a number of missed calls on my cell, you know, from office. I didn't know what was happening. So when I settled down a little bit, I came out and I took a call within the hospital premises. I was told that that funny cyclone had come in Orissa, and being the local ethics officer, being the legal head, they were wanting to do a lot of donation, you know, beverages and water and everything, but they cannot move without my approval. So standing in front of the hospital, your brother is lying there, you're calling up them and telling them, go ahead. When I'm back home, I will give the formal, but take my approval and just go ahead. That was one occasion that I remember very clearly. Then the another occasion was next year, 2014, my mom passed away. And we came back from after her final rites, freshened up, opened my laptop because I had to give something which could not wait till next day morning. So we have our personal challenges, but you know, if you want to be successful in life, you want to be able to achieve what you want to achieve, you will have to take these in your stride. But I am overall, the way I look at things, I'm an extremely positive person. To me, adversities and challenges are opportunities to prove myself. It's never, and I've always worked best with my back to the wall, you know. And whenever I face challenge, there are two proverbs which I always remember. And even if sometimes I take a big printout and paste it on my tabletop, which says, quitters never win, winners never quit. And when the tough gets going, when the going gets tough, the tough gets going. That's been my challenging time frame the way I have seen it, and I'm happy with what I've done and what I've achieved. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for sharing. Those are some powerful examples of how situations are that we have to deal, and everybody does. It's just that how we bounce back. And I think in your case, the negotiation part of things started much early because of your family. So I think they trained you well, and it's definitely rest is all how the history is. Okay, so Manjari, over to you now.
Thank you, Vasudha, and thank you, Legal Era, for this wonderful event of connecting on a very different topic than usual that we are used to as lawyers on diversity and inclusion, and sharing these insights, which actually are very relevant, in shaping you to be the person that you are. So thank you for the opportunity, and thank you, Accenture, for hosting this. I think there will be some similarities amongst what we say amongst all of us, I think, and I can resonate a lot with what Shukla just talked about. But I think in some ways, each of us have had our unique paths. So just looking back at my journey, I've actually put in over 30 years of experience now, but about 24 of that is in the legal world. And I was a professor in my previous avatar, teaching English literature at Punjab University, and I had no intentions of ever being a lawyer. Wanted to go ahead and do my PhD in the US and take to academics and see how fate, transpires sometimes. And I just happened to do law, thinking that there were some senior counsels around who wanted me to do law. Just to get them off my back, I took to law. It came in handy when I was going through a personally difficult phase. I took a sabbatical. I went on to do my LLM on a Felix Scholarship to University of London. And that was one of the best phases of my life. I did exceedingly well. I was one of the 5 distinctions that year, but never decided to take up a job in London. And, that was perhaps, in hindsight, I feel, why shouldn't I have done that? I could have got a job in any Magic Circle law firm with my testimonial. But I always used to think I have a job waiting for me back home. What do I need a job for? And I took the flight back home. And quite literally, when I touched down, I realized that I want to be a lawyer. And, and there was no going back now to London, but I went and I resigned. And my head of department thought I'd lost my mind. And I'm talking of the mid-90s when there was nothing much in the name of corporate law or the corporate world. The government world was the world. So if you had a government job, you really never quit. So and then she actually called up my parents, and she happened to know them. So she said that you need to knock some sense. And but lo and behold, I decided that no, I want to be a lawyer. So at 31 precisely, I made a career shift, and I did that. But the reality hits you when your one paycheck stops and the other one is not coming in, and then you realize that corporate law. I mean, I read that, but where do I start? I had no clue. I was a small town girl, like Shukla said. My mother was a civil servant. My father was a doctor, and we moved from these Mufassil towns. I did all my schooling in a convent school in Missouri, so we didn't get to see much of life. And then I had to be in Delhi because if I wanted to be in a law firm, that's what's the place to be. My parents were to settle in Panchkula after their retirement. My mother was from the Haryana cadre of the IS, and but they sold their property there and bought a new plot in Gurgaon and built a house, because they said that we need to give her a home if she has to start a new career. Otherwise, how is she going to manage? And that was it. And I get started in a law firm, and I saw them sitting on computers, and I told the managing partner that, and this happens to be a top-notch law firm, and I tell him, I said, I have a problem. He said, what? I said, I am computer illiterate. So he says, well, so am I, don't worry. And I didn't realize that he had 2 PAs to work for him, but I was put in front of a desktop and I didn't know how to switch it on. So life started from there. So if you talk of challenges and you have to churn out documents, and they put these 4 big clients in front of me with their big files. Those days were the days of files and photocopying and faxes. And I began to read, and I was given that, please look at all these things. You have to appoint a managing director. About 7, 8, 9 things about a particular client. You read them. You've read corporate law. You've read contracts. You've done, but you really don't know how to start drafting a contract to appoint a managing director of a company. And I'm like sitting tight, and the managing director comes and gives me another file and says, start working on this. So the gentleman who'd given me this, who's still a consultant, and God bless him, if I'm a lawyer today, it's because of him. And he walks up and he saunters, and, in his chaste Punjabi, he asks me, what happened to the work I gave you? So I shot up like a rocket and stood straight. And then I told him, I said, but the managing partner came and asked me to do something else, and I'll finish it. So he told me, he said, the client doesn't wait. Madam, please get your act together. In so many words, he said that to me. And I was all red in face. And he walks away. And I sat down thinking that, come on, I had enjoyed some sense of respect when I was teaching. I was teaching like postgraduate students, and here I was being treated like somebody fresh out of school. But then I did go back to his room and wanting to go and give him a piece of my mind and tell him that no one talks to me like this, and you can keep your job and I'm out. And when I went in, I think that was the turning point in my career. I say this because had he not gone into a meeting that day, my life would have changed, because I really would have said what I wanted to. But he had gone into a meeting, so I couldn't meet him. And I had to walk back. And by that time, my anger was dissipated. And then some friends, colleagues came and helped me. And I went back to him next day. And I'm going to say this simply because I finished a few things with the help of some colleague. And I went to him next day and I showed it to him. And he said, well, Neeraj helped you? So I looked at him straight and I told him, I said, well, someone had to. I suppose that, I am willing to work. Then I sat him down and I said, I need 5 minutes. So he must have seen some sense of resolution in me. And he said, okay. So I told him, I said, look, Mr. So-and-so, I said, I'm here to make myself a lawyer. And, I'm not joking about this. I'm not fresh out of school that I can have next 2-3 years to, while away and, find my feet kind of thing. I need to get cracking now. And I need someone to teach this to me. So I'm going to sit here till, like, if you want me up to 2 o'clock at night, I will do that. Time is yours. You tell me when. But if you find me lacking, you can throw me out, but you've got to teach me. And teach he did. He used to start teaching me at 8 o'clock at night in the evening. And we used to look through my drafts till about 10 or 11. And then I would make changes. And then I would drive home in a very old Maruti car, coming back. So life was that tough. And but in about 3 years' time in that law firm, I was ready that, now I was made a senior associate, and then I was hoping to be a manager and then take on partnership. And when General Electric happened, it happened quite by chance. The message rested on my answering machine for a good 1 week before I got time to even think what it was. And then I thought, what the hell, let me just go and have a word with them. And I did, and I got hired in 15 days. They were looking for a foreign qualified lawyer. And I came back, and in that law firm, when people left, they almost became social pariahs. No one wanted to talk to them. But I managed to convince them to let me go. I said, G used to be their client, actually. So there's one of their senior partners was now a general counsel in G. So the connect was there. So I said, look, allow me. And I still share a wonderful relationship. They never cut their ties with me. I continue to sometimes even consult them even now for some things. And General Electric was a great landing space because, again, a wonderful company to work for. Lot of practices which you really didn't have to worry about because they were so embedded into the way of doing things. And so from a diversity standpoint, I never had an issue. I mean, it was all about your performance. But despite that, you face challenges. I didn't know the corporate world. You really had to find your feet. You had to prove yourself. And gradually you begin to understand. And then I was promoted very soon to take on my next role, and became a manager with some people around it. And then Genpact happened. I was housed in that entity, which was G Capital International Services, and I was given a retention bonus to stay on with them. So they did it for about 250 of their top professionals. So I was lucky to be in that. And then the GE India plastics business, the general counsel role came open, and I told my boss that I want to go and do that role. So he thought I'd lost my mind. I'm leaving. I'm talking of 2003-4, and there was almost 25 lakh of rupees on the table in terms of bonus, retention bonus. And he says, "You want to leave all of that and go?" I said, but I will never get the chance to learn the way I can in that role, because it's such a wonderful company and it can give me everything. I'd done my research on it." And he went right up to the headquarters to get me a sign off, and I left. He didn't allow me to leave for 3 months, because he said, "You take your first tranche of the bonus and then go." So I said, okay. And I left almost 20 lakhs on the table and I went, but never did regret it. So it's all about, like Shukla mentioned, you've got to take your chances, and you've got to do the difficult thing, which it was about taking a calculated risk. I don't say be foolhardy, but take a calculated risk. Do things which are challenging, because your learning is just so much more. And that business, while it was small, I think I learned every aspect of corporate law in that. Mm-hmm. And because it was a small business, I got to do additional. I actually did sales for a few quarters. I did general GR work, government relations work in that this thing, and I excelled at that. Those were the new areas. I realized that I could be a very good salesperson, and I could do great GR. And then moved on, and that business got sold. So can you imagine? I'm in GE. I love it. I used to look at GE with tinted glasses, and then I got sold with GE Plastics to a Saudi Arabian company. And I couldn't even go there for a meeting, because I wouldn't get a visa to go to Riyadh as a single woman. So they did that meeting in Dubai. So I got to work with the sheikhs, and it was not a bad experience as much as I thought, but it was a different way of working. And then when I completed 18 months, I moved on. The G got me back, and I was elevated to the executive band position, which was quite a coveted thing in the G world, and started doing general counsel for South Asia for healthcare. There again, I always used to raise my hand up for things which were even outside of the legal sphere. So I got to do some commercial work. I got to set up their new company. I mean, setting up a company is always a legal guy's job, but to do the project, be in charge of it wing to wing, where you were the coordinating person with all the commercial people, is unique. And that company is doing exceedingly well today. And they're talking of taking me on as an independent director, which is going to be wonderful if they do. So it works like that. And that got me my next role. And I became general counsel for the power business, which was very large. And then decided that I had probably done enough and wanted to move on to Maruti. And Maruti raised its own challenges. I am the only woman in the top management, only lateral hire. I think they've only had 3 lateral hires in the entire history of Maruti at the top level, and I'm one of those. So, of course, the exact meaning of change management I learned here. So while the journey has been very, very challenging from a diversity standpoint, from being the outside person in, to get yourself accepted, to manage change very, very slowly and get them to accept you. 3.5 years down the line, I feel, at least I'm an Marutian now, if not an outsider. But in all of this, I think if I can just sum it up in 3-4 lines, I think would be passionate about what you do. It is so important, and and be good at what you do. So learning your skills, in G we were taught to have employability. It's not always, you will be employable if you have the skills to be employed. So focus on those skills and be a professional. Never step away from professionalism. Learn to take calculated risks. and always understand that you need to be positive. Life is not fair, but there is
Right.
also another side to it, that tomorrow is always another day. I
Yeah.
always tell
Yeah.
myself, and bounce back and go. I think that is the only mantra that I know of, and I hope it resonates with some others and is of any help.
Absolutely. Thanks, Manjari. And all I can say, and I'm sure everybody will agree, is that Magic Circle's loss was our gain, clearly. So I know there's so much to talk in so little time. So Neera, over to you. You're on mute. Mute.
Okay, thank you, Vasudha. It was very insightful, Manjri and Shukla. So I will say that if we talk about diversity and inclusion, that diversity is a fact and inclusion is a behavior. I must say that. So my professional journey has been a roller coaster. I came from like a small town from Punjab, and then I have done my law. I always wanted to become a doctor, but then I decided, like when I passed out my graduation, so then I decided, let me do something professional. So I decided to do law, although everybody was against that. They are saying that जिसको कहीं admission नहीं मिलती वो law कर लेता है. But still I was like very adamant that I want to do this. I don't want to get into the research because I was a science student. And after that I have like over last 25 years my learning has not stopped. I have always like try to be ahead of everybody, and in that challenging times I have been doing lot of learning, lot of studies. I have done my MBA in finance because I was earlier like in many organizations, legal used to be a part of finance, and I just want to have a grip of that so that I can sit in those key meetings of the management. So I've done my MBA finance, and then I have done like a lot of studies in the cyber laws, and like it always been, I am always been doing one or the other things to prove myself and to be ahead of everybody in my organization. I have studied network, I have studied commercial aspects, like what not. So but now the times have changed. When we have started our careers, those were the very difficult times for the women also. That time, like when I started working, I was the only woman in that organization, and to prove, and everybody's looking at you, what will she do and how she will do, and they used to give me some difficult tasks which I always able to do it, due to maybe due to my aggression or whatever, I don't know, and hard work, and uh, like I always believed in myself, and my father has always believed in myself that I can do whatever I wish to do. And in the recent years, if we see that there is an uptick in awareness of many challenges organizations and society face in identifying and truly understanding the unique differences among people, from Me Too movement to various headline scandals, diversity, inclusion have been brought to the forefront of the workplace dialogue. If you see, however, the words, I will say, diversity and inclusion are always been confused. So there is like, we need to understand very quickly that what is the diversity and what is the inclusion. So recognizing diversity and inclusion are very different things in the first step in the journey towards creating a unique, diverse and inclusive workplace culture. This, what I'm talking about, is what I have learned in my these 25 years of experience about the diversity and inclusion. So diversity in the workplace refers to the workforce that is made up of people, among other things. It could be different ages, culture, backgrounds, of course, gender. Like there used to be a lot of biases against the women in the past, but the times are changing. And then there is a diversity about the geographies, physical abilities, disabilities, religion, gender. And true workforce diversity, however, like goes beyond these categories, I must say. It includes all the elements that make individual employees unique from one another, their perspective, preferences, their circumstances, even their biases. So inclusion can be like the achievement of a work environment in which all individuals are treated fairly and respectfully, and have equal access to opportunities and resources, and contribute fully to the organization success, many times we see that if any woman in an organization, like if they will ask, are you married? And then other question, do you have kids? If you have a small kids, that will be a block for you're getting a new opportunity. Oh, iske to bacche chote hain. She has a small kids, or she will cope up with the work. So all these things do happen today also. And then people are like very skeptical, like if you will go on a maternity leave, then somebody will, I have seen in my like many colleagues that they have just gone on maternity leave and somebody else has taken their position. So when they came back, so they have to start from where they have left. Even though like I talk about myself, in my pregnancy, I was working till the last day. And after that also during the whole vacation, like on that holiday, like on that time, I have been working. I have been replying to all the mails because I was like I don't want that what position I have earned in 10 15 years of work, hard work. I don't want to lose that. So that pressure, that mental pressure has always been there, and that is, I think, true for many women who are working. Like, so you are in double mind. There's a small kid, there is a work at home, at office, and then you have a position which you want to achieve. You have your own aspirations. So how to balance that? How to balance that personal life with the work, that is also very challenging. And people don't like, people do understand, but they take the advantage of that. But like, I always been like this, that don't mess with me, I will not mess with you. So that is the message I think every woman has to give to the people around her. And in like inclusion, like it is like creation of a work environment and culture. All big organizations are talking about that. And I feel the inclusion starts from the home. If we want actually want an inclusive society, if we actually want the diversity in all aspects, so it starts from home. You need to teach your home members, to people, like what are the issues and how you can deal with that. So that is my view on this. And there is a relationship between the diversity and innovation. If you see, a diverse set of experience, perspective, backgrounds is essential for innovation and development of new ideas. And I've just recently read Harvard Business Review. In that, they have said the companies which have the above average total diversity, like migration, industry or career path, gender, education or age diversity, had 19% higher innovation revenues, and 9%, I think, higher EBITDA also. And diversity is about like focus on makeup of your workforce. And at the same time, diversity and inclusion is not a HR function. Everybody needs to mind that. It is not one of the trainings. So you have to get into the detailing of that. It is not like from the top to bottom. It is from bottom to top, or the middle part also. So everybody has to be included. And true diverse and inclusive organizations tend to have the better financial results also, and be more innovative, agile, attract a more diverse pool of candidates, have happier employees who are less likely to leave. And then there is a lot of retention also for that. So if you will take care of your employees, like, okay, I am getting the opportunities, I am getting acknowledged. If I am in trouble, my employer is there, and I can, like in my team, people need to tell lie to me. If they want to go to a movie, they come and tell me that we have worked very hard, we want to go to a movie. Maybe it's in office hours. So I don't mind that. If people are coming up, telling the truth on your face, this means you are a true leader. So this means you are working in a good environment and in a good company, And diversity and inclusion too are interconnected concepts, and they are far from interchangeable. Diversity is about representation, and inclusion is about how well the contributions, presence, and perspectives of different group of people are valued and integrated into your environment, in your environment of your organization. An environment where many different genders, races, nationalities, sexual orientations, identities are present. And moreover, I will say, like, I think we are running out of time also. So I just want to tell that research has has shown many benefits of diverse and inclusive workplace, that is higher revenue growth, greater
Right.
readiness to innovate, increased ability to recruit a diverse talent pool, and maybe more employee retention also.
Yeah.
When
Yeah.
employees don't feel that their ideas, presence, or contributions are truly valued or taken seriously by their organization, they will eventually leave. And people do get the good, do lose a good
Yeah.
employees. I think the human capital every organization has to
Yes.
value, and that
Yeah.
they can value only by the
Yeah.
inclusive workplace. So
Thanks,
because
Neera. And I think I really have to, slip in two very, very focused questions after Neha. So I hope we have the time because they're very targeted towards inclusion diversity. I would love to hear from all of you. Sorry to interrupt, but Neha, can we hear from you about what's your perspective? What's your journey been like?
Vasudha, and thank you, Legal Era. I'm honored to be part of this panel. So they say a picture is worth 1,000 words. So if we can just quickly put up a picture, uh, that is part of the leadership trainings that I was sent on throughout my career. I was sent on a lot of these trainings, and if you can see, I was the only woman there, and so that initial sense of pride gave away to disappointment. Why am I the only one there? Why are there less women in the senior positions, or why aren't companies really investing in augmenting the careers of the women? And in my career, I've done it all. I've worked late, I've worked long hours over the weekend, as if I was trying to prove something extra or trying to validate why I am there. And and that has been possible. Worked, went for these casual networking events, or stayed late because my boss was staying late, all those things. But I was able to do that because I had my family support, and there were certain factors in my background which helped me to do that. But that's not true for everyone. That is definitely not true for a lot of people I know, and we continuously read and we know about the challenges faced by a lot of people. So we need to really focus, that we need to see that what can we do to accommodate these diverse groups. And we have so many, we need to unlearn a lot of things. We need to there are millennials who are going to be part and are already now part of the work culture. What can we do to make sure that they have the support that they need? Because for me, I resonate everything that everybody has said on this forum, but for me, inclusion and diversity is not about favoritism. It is about, or trying to push somebody when they don't deserve it. It is taking care of the external factors and certain other uncomfortable situations for them, so that they can put their best foot forward, and they can really grab those opportunities with both hands. So I know that there is a time.
Yes.
So please go ahead.
Thanks, Neha. Thank you so much. Because I do want to get those questions in within that time. And I think the highlight of what you said was really unlearning. I think there's a lot of unlearning to do. So thank you all. And next one, I really want to know from Shukla. I mean, with the legal teams, we all have seen that, the primary focus is always compliance, client deliverables, managing risk, and now coupled with these challenges in the context of COVID-19. So in this situation, the task of fostering I&D could easily take a backseat. And the painstaking progress that we have made is in the recent years could be reversed. The question here is that what should the legal function do to make I&D a priority, to align to the overall business intent? I'd love to hear your thoughts.
Thanks, Vasudha. The first thing I'd like to say that it is not a challenge to the legal profession alone. It's diversity and inclusion and diversity is there across the industry, across all of functions. The way I look at it is, we have diversity. in all, like people coming from various socioeconomic backgrounds. So in any which case, every team has a diverse group. Yes, our gender diversity at the leadership level has a long way to go. And that needs to be worked on by all industry across the business, because if it is proven over data that, diversity does help to get good results, In fact, in 2018, McKinsey had done a study, and they found that greater diversity in workplace result in greater profitability and value creation. It has also found that statistically at the executive level, they found a significant correlation between diverse leadership and better financial performance. So leadership diversity has to be there. Of course, in the legal profession, I still see a lot of female at the leadership top. So we have created a place for ourselves. But amongst all of the functions, you'll find there is a vacuum. That's the reason some of us are, like I've been the only one. But of course, later part of it, last 2 years, I've found some people, there were a few more added. So that is good. But diversity alone is not going to help us to achieve anything. Inclusion has to be there. Now, inclusion is not, the way I look at diversity and inclusion are two sides of the same coin. So you can't replace one side with the other side. So they are all integral part. And diversity without inclusion is counterproductive. That's for sure. Okay. And inclusion is not the leadership's responsibility. It is not HR responsibility. Inclusion is us as employee, our responsibility, and us as leaders, our responsibility. As an employee, you, as Manjari rightly said, that you need to know your job, number one. You have to be a thorough professional. If you know your job and you have thorough professional, you will get your acceptability and you will be included in every single phase of life. And for your team members, if you want inclusion, there are only two E's the way I look at it: empowerment and empathy. Empowerment has to be there. You have to empower your team. To cut, because time is short, so I'll just let you say I'll emphasize, all of us know what empowerment. I'm talking about the empathy. Empathy, it's very important because we all know that people don't leave organization. Employee doesn't leave. They leave their managers.
Right.
And unless we are able to build a team where we are all open, communicating, we are receptive to our juniors coming and telling us. I've had management training coming up and telling me, giving their viewpoint, and I have to seek their viewpoint. Because sometimes, we people who've been doing some work, over the years, we are so set in our mind, thought processes, these youngsters or the team members will. So to me, the way I look at it is empathy as diversity, and they are both the same part of there are two sides of the coin, number one. Number two. And to have inclusion, you have to have empathy and empowerment at all phases. And individually, to have my acceptability be included, it's not their responsibility. I've also got to make sure that I do my job well. I am a thorough professional. I am accountable for what I do. And I always say, I get paid for what I'm required to do. So I better deliver. So that is the way I look at it.
Yeah, I think great takeaway. Empathy, yes. It could have been stressed more. Yes. Okay, so we are short on time. One last question, if I may, and this is again relevant in the context, and that's for you, Manjari. And again, because you from Maruti gets a very different perspective on the table. So now with the new normal that everybody's saying, the hybrid model that is now going to be probably be more popular. With that hybrid model, now there is opening of opportunities into tier 2 and 3 cities, and it has now suddenly widened the access to this array of diverse talent that may have not been available previously. So now that's a great opportunity. So how do you foster an environment where people who come from different backgrounds know that you value their ideas? Any thoughts on that?
Sorry, I was muted. Thank you, Vasudha. Very relevant question, and I'll try and be very quick about this. No, I think Shukla mentioned one part of it, which I certainly agree that's your responsibility. But I always feel that to embed inclusion and diversity into a organization, which, some organizations are already ahead of the curve, yours being one of them, Vasudha, and many more such, but others are finding their way up the curve, and some of them are dismally below the curve, right? For them to be able to reach that, I think the tone from the top is a must. It has to be mandated. There should be a proper mandate from the organization or the management or the top people in it, be it the promoters or if it is a board-driven company, that to make sure that this is run like an agenda. Second, and we need to get a little careful about this, that sometimes you can have the best policies around, but the implementation of those policies becomes a problem. So you translate your policies into actions, even smaller ones to begin with, but they should be actions which are clearly visible to your population around you. And third is that, like they talk about, diversity is only about getting invited to the party. Inclusion is about being asked to dance, really. So, when you're asked to come on to that, that is when you get accepted. And that only happens when you create. See, in evolved organization, the organization already does it. A lot depends on the people who are walking in and, on the leadership. But in organizations that are trying to achieve this, I think the mandate from the top also will help with a whole amount of sensitization. For example, the way we do sensitization on our compliance policies, the similar way you need to do it on this, so that initially you give that trust and then continue to exemplify it, to make it known and be accepted in the organization, that that's the way it is going to be. And that is going to, actions talk louder than words. So the word spreads and suddenly realize that the whole workplace becomes more inclusive. I would leave it at that.
Yeah. And I can I can give the testimony from Accenture that yes, the tone from the top is really the game changer. So thank you so very much to all of you. It was great hearing you all and your stories. Cannot get enough of that. And hopefully we'll get more time in person in this year or maybe next, God knows when, but at some point. So hopefully we'll be able to continue this conversation in various forums and see you all sooner than later.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for being a great host, and thank you, Legal Era.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you.
All right, so here's saying a hearty thank you to the panel for the anecdotes that you all shared. It was such a heart-to-heart conversation, may I say, and it felt like you all are so passionate about diversity and inclusiveness. And, that just sets the required stance and, may I say, an actionable one. So, all right, on that note, ladies and gentlemen, this is an year that's a mix of online conversations and some physical embraces as well. But it is more important than ever that we cherish and come together as a community. Well, on that note, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to quote here, saying that every woman's success should be an inspiration to another. We are strongest when we cheer for each other. Serena Williams, a tennis player, who has won more singles titles than any man or woman. She said that. So on that note, let the awards begin. And here I am raising the curtains at Legal Era Women in Law Excellence Awards 2021. Allow me to please welcome our distinguished presenters as we get started. Allow me to please welcome Ms. Akriti Raizada Sharma, the founder and managing editor, Legal Era Legal Media Group. With that, we'll also be inviting our distinguished keynote speaker, Mr. Rajiv Chopra, Managing Director, Legal, Accenture. Allow me to please warmly welcome Ms. Pallavi Shroff, the Managing Partner from Shardul Amarchand Mangaldas & Co. Well, we'll also be joined by our esteemed chief guest of the ceremony, Honorable Justice Pratibha Singh, Judge, Delhi High Court. Well, with that, it's saying a warm and a warmest welcome to our presenters. Thank you very much for joining us. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, as we march ahead, for the welcome address, we have with us, as you know, Akriti Raizada Sharma, a well-known name in the world of law and business. But more than that, she is also the most respected name for her unflinching commitment to create opportunity and showcase the stellar legal talent of our country. Yes, well, an alumnus from the Symbiosis Law College and LLM from the UK, when she stood at the crossroads of her life and had to choose between a career in London and a startup, and startup a research and consulting firm on policy research, advocacy. You know what she did? She followed her gut and dedicated herself to come back to India and establish Legal Era that has grown to become an institution, a sentiment, a voice empowering the legal community worldwide. And ladies and gentlemen, aren't we glad that she really chose this path? I am glad. All right, so I would like to just mention over here that Akriti believes that we need legal awareness for better literacy, and better literacy actually is fundamental for better governance, driven by her core belief that a socially sensitive person is at the heart, and that's the heart of the entrepreneurial spirit. Well, Akriti is also the founder of the Legal Era Academy and also the Blue Water Advisory Services and Global Business Lawyers Network, where today, as we appreciate the excellence of our women lawyers and their spirit to rise, to succeed, Akriti herself, she leads by examples as she continues to conceptualize and drive such and more innovative opportunities in the legal tech and legal education areas. Well, as a vice president of today's Women Network and a formidable voice and leader in her own right, Akriti is constantly working with the industry on policy and regulatory affairs and bridging that gap between the government and the industry. Well, the most beautiful thing, she knows that there is no greater win in life than winning together. So here's wishing more power to you, Akriti, and with that, can I please invite you to deliver the welcome address? Akriti, will request you to just unmute yourself so that we can hear the lovely you.
I'm so sorry about it. Thank you, Shikha. Distinguished guests, friends, colleagues, and all those wonderful people watching us virtually today, a very, very good evening to all of you. As Shikha quoted, Legal Era Awards have been very special to us. So Legal Era Women in Law Awards have been very special to us. I welcome you all to the third annual Legal Era Women in Law Excellence Awards 2021. I would like to echo the words of Michelle Obama, former US First Lady. She once said, "Do we settle for the world as it is, or do we work for the world as it should be?" 2020 has been an year of unprecedented, unforeseen pandemic. The situation for women got increasingly challenging. They juggled and multitasked an immensely large basket of responsibility in a work from home environment. The most common sentence women have exchanged in 2020 was, "We are working for home and we are working from home." We are happy to report that, as usual, our resilient, sharp, and talented women have stood up to the challenge and are succeeding in achieving their professional goals. And that is the testament of my inherent belief that only the strongest women become lawyers. What makes this edition of Women in Law Excellence Awards 2021 special, as Shikha mentioned, the word challenging. Women choose to challenge, not just today, but from the beginning. Therefore, today we celebrate the spirit of women. The only limit to the height of your achievement is the reach of your dreams, your willingness to work hard for them. And history has seen Indian women rise to the occasion every time there has been a need for it. The pandemic may have been a setback, but it has brought the qualities of these women to the fore as leaders, and more importantly, as resilient, multitasking humans too. An increasing number of law firms and corporate houses and seniors in the legal fraternity must recognize the value of women lawyers and leaders, and we hope that these awards chart a path towards that. To celebrate that strength, that resilience, and then burning desire to succeed come what may, the legal finesse and leadership qualities that must occupy the spotlight today. Those stories of courage and conviction to get the job done was why we organized these Women in Law Excellence Awards. Recognition is a basic human need and one of the biggest motivators. And we at Legal Era know that. With no specific awards for women lawyers in India, Women in Law Excellence Awards is emboldening a generation of women lawyers who can now enter the profession knowing that there are thrilling opportunities waiting for them, knowing that they too have a global platform to be recognized before the who's who of the business legal world, for the great strides they are making in the legal universe, whether in shaping the law, achieving desired results for their clients, building high performing teams, or by being an outstanding jurist. We know that there are enough women lawyers and more who are shattering stereotypes and breaking the glass ceilings to be the law's leading voices, building the legal industry into a space where good work is recognized and celebrated gender agnostic. And that is especially heartening for all of us. India INC is seeing very noteworthy instances of women in leadership roles, both locally and across the globe. There is a renewed vigor to create equal opportunities and increase gender diversity at workforce. So today we invite you all to join us in recognizing these women for their endeavor, legal acumen, dedication, and leadership skills. Let's honor and celebrate all the excellence, all the exceptional women in our field, all while critically evaluating their professional journey thus far. The winners this evening have been chosen by our distinguished jury following a very meticulous selection process. And one of the very good criteria to apply for this award was self-nomination and peer nomination. As a result, we saw some extremely promising nominations from general counsels and managing partners to younger GCs and partners who have been handling challenging roles of leading South Asia operations of their companies or India operations in multiple cities and likes. We must all applaud these women of different ages across generations who have been nominated themselves and who have nominated themselves and considered themselves worthy of being nominated or recognized. The more women we recognize and reward, the more we will pave the way for our fellow women colleagues to rise the next time. And automatically, we as women in the legal fraternity will win together. And that collective win is truly greater than any other. That is why this evening is dedicated to all those women who nominated themselves because they had the self-confidence to believe, yes, I do have the legal finesse. Yes, I am doing good work, really good work. Yes, I am making a difference in my profession. Yes, I did navigate 2020 despite the intensely personal and work-life challenges posed by the pandemic. And that self-confidence is most precious victory and most precious asset we can have as professionals. So huge round of applause for all these women who nominated and self-nominated themselves. Also, I would like to raise a huge round of applause for those professionals who believed that women in their circles must be recognized and hence sent nominations for their peers, friends, teammates. Those are the kind of allies at work that we need. Those are the kind of real promoters at work we need. And because they know that the key to splendid success lies in taking everyone along, giving credit where it is due, and building prodigies. After all, it takes an entire ecosystem to make a transformational change. I end my note today by a beautiful expression by Yuko Ono, performance artist and peace activist. It's a beautiful expression which says, we are all water from different rivers. That's why it's so easy to meet. We are all water in this vast, vast ocean. Someday we will evaporate together. Thank you, everyone. And we hope you have a great evening with us.
Thank you so much, Akriti. Your hearty welcome note always resonates. Thank you very, very much for speaking to us and welcoming us so very warmly. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, I'm all set to introduce to you all our keynote speaker. You know him, Mr. Rajiv Chopra, well, 26 years of experience in the legal profession, and he is responsible for the global legal support to Accenture Global Delivery Centers and is also the legal head for India, Philippines, Bangladesh, and Sri Lanka. He's responsible to really bring together other specialized legal verticals such as the corporate investigations, global legal network, etc., to project the entire legal group as one unified function for the India leadership. Well, it would be my pleasure to hand it over to you, Mr. Rajiv Chopra, for the keynote address. Warm welcome.
So first of all, thank you. And Akriti, always pleasure to listen to you, always very eloquent and very passionate about legal awards and function and all the things that you do. So appreciate it. Also, thanks for the fantastic, very insightful panel before at the start of the function. And it's my absolute honor and privilege actually to share the stage with yourself, Akriti, Mr. Shroff, and Pratibha, if I may call you that. She's an old friend, but of course now, a judge of the High Court. With that, I just want to say good evening to everyone. Hope you and all your loved ones are staying safe and sound. That's important. And while congratulating all the winners and thanking Legal Era, the jury members, the August audience for enabling this most coveted Women in Law Awards, I take this opportunity to share a few thoughts anchoring around the theme and the panel discussion that I heard and the initiatives which Accenture Legal has taken on this very important inclusion and diversity agenda. Let me give you a brief overview of what we do for I&D at Accenture. Diversity refers to the traits and characteristics that make people unique, while inclusion refers to the behaviors and social norms that ensure people feel welcome. The various types of diversity can be occupation differences in skills and abilities, personality traits, values, and attitudes. And why is it essential? Because diversity and inclusion in the workplace cause all employees to feel accepted and valued. When employees feel accepted and valued, they also are happier in their workplace and stay longer in a company. As a result, companies with greater diversity in the workplace have lower turnover rates. Now, specifically coming to Accenture in India, our scale is large with about 225,000 employees in India, working across 40 plus industries globally, across 8 different cities in India and serving more than 120, it's serving clients in more than 120 countries. We drive action and progress through a comprehensive I&D framework, starting with meaningful commitments. Let me also dwell on the research a little more with the life story. Accenture research shows that organizations with an inclusive culture are twice as likely to meet or exceed financial targets and 6 times more likely to be innovative and agile. I think one of the panelists also referred to this point. In fact, a full 77% of business leaders consider I&D a priority for them. Cultivating inclusion and diversity has a direct impact on worker satisfaction and retention. Workers with a strong sense of workplace inclusivity have a 7% higher intentions to stay with their organization, and businesses actively practicing I&D experience an 18% increase in team commitment. A leading global tech giant engaged Accenture to pilot the Inclusion Plus culture assessment with 2 goals in mind. One, to determine which drivers have the most positive impact on the workers' overall sense of inclusivity, and 2, identifying the demographic, signifiers of employees who are not satisfied with their workplace or workplaces, culture of inclusion. Our Accenture team used fundamental analytics and advanced statistical techniques such as regression to interpret close to 20,000 responses. Our detailed analysis included a breakout of data by location, gender, role, employment type, and whether the responders identify as minority or otherwise. Through this assessment, our client discovered, one, that the robust HR practices and a supportive work environment had the highest impact on workers' sense of belonging. Two, the most important predictor of differences is the level of inclusivity was work location by country. Three, they now have crucial data points to inform their I&D strategy, targeted recommendations to enhance I&D, and a baseline assessment to track the effectiveness of interventions that they implement. I would like to share Accenture's unique and collaborative legal I&D journey aligned to the overall goal of our organization. Ours is a strong legal workforce. And I don't know how many of you know, but we are more than 2,800 legal professionals globally, about 450 of them in India, equating our legal organization to the 5th largest private law firm in size. Out of them, over 60% are women. 42% of women who work in our Accenture legal team at the level of managing directors, 40% of them are women, and we aim to get that number to about 50% by 2025. Our research shows that in most equal cultures, both men and women thrive and rise. It is estimated that the unequal impact of the COVID crisis may have added as many as 51 years to the time it will take to reach gender equality. Although significant progress has been made, women continue to experience biases and barriers in the workplace. We are focused on driving through these main areas by doing 5 things. 1, leading from the top. This starts right at the top with our general counsel and corporate. Tone from the top is very, very important. Number 2 is accountability. Legal has set headcount goals to align with the company's overall gender and ethnicity goals by 2025. Number 3, all of legal MDs are now required to deliver an I&D priority, which will be a part of their performance achievement. So it is, one of our key KPIs. Next is building a diverse pipeline and increasing representation, covering various things like internship and mentorship, outside counsel diversity, which is very important to us, where we have collaborated on our I&D projects to increase the diversity of legal profession with some asks from our law firms, which is to beat Accenture's target for diversity of teams on Accenture Matters, which includes staffing Accenture Matters with a diverse group of attorneys. A team with Accenture on I&D initiatives such as joint diversity initiatives, events, relationship buildings with diverse teams, shared interns, cross-mentoring aligned to our Accenture's priorities. Fourth, we have also instituted outside counsel diversity awards, where we've selected winners from more than 65 firms, considering awards across small, medium, and large law firms. Firms in these categories exceeded the recognition threshold and rose to the top of their diverse representation internally and on staffing Accenture Matters, and remarkable commitment to inclusion and diversity activities and organizations within their own law firms and across the profession and communities. I take a great pride in sharing a unique initiative that legal team participated in, which we call as the 30-day challenge. This challenge is something that Accenture is very proud of, as it imbibes core values of Accenture in fostering the inclusion and diversity as a part of our DNA. Let me give you a brief on how we engage the entire legal team in this thought-provoking, fun journey that consisted of 20 bite-sized audio-visual challenges and self-reflection exercises with about 30 to 45 days for each individual to complete the challenge. Every day, a different topic popped up by way of an emailer. To name a few, inclusion starts with I. Notice exclusion, assume nothing, be an ally, reach out, know your bias, and so on. Post completion of each challenge, insights had to be provided by everyone that helps them understand how to become more inclusive in their everyday life. Each of the team member would share their own views, experiences, and insights with others, which enable the individual to learn and gain different perspectives out of the same scenario. All the ideas generated throughout the challenge is being fueled for further initiatives. Additionally, I want to share a few India-specific R&D programs with this group that includes one, Group Women in Leadership, which is developing and growing high-performing women at senior manager and manager levels for future leadership roles. And these levels are our executive levels. Proactively building our diversity leadership pipeline, enabling all women at executive levels to get skilled for and be more deliberate about career opportunities. And number two, high-tech women program, our commitment to women in technology. And that is empowering more women to make the journey as technology architects and be part of our technology leadership. Helping women who draw to technology build their dream career in this field through training, certification, mentorship, and support. In today's ever-changing technology landscape, women have a huge role to play in designing and leading the next generation of technologists. They're half the talent pool, but only up to 18% of the 5 million software developers at work today. That's a startling statistics, right? Number three, returning mothers program. So this prepares women employees to successfully make the transition back to work and perform their roles as caregivers and professionals so that they can efficiently balance family, work, and life through a cross-skilling, coaching, staffing focus that the program aims to ensure new mothers have a smooth transition back to work. Fourth, intentionality of careers, which is how women need to be intentional about their career goals. This initiative is conscious investment towards career goals while navigating planned and unplanned changes in life stages and preparing a roadmap for career. It is how the individual consciously builds a support network, both personal and professional, in order to grow as a person with a view to staying focused on their career path. This has enabled high potential women around what it means to be a client-centric leader. Fifth, men as advocates of gender diversity. Our program enables our leaders to demonstrate gender awareness at workplace, create pathways with their leadership capital to change mindsets, visibly create advocates in terms to support gender diversity. Sixth, being gender sensitive. The flagship training course is aimed at first-line supervisors and managers to promote gender awareness by understanding unconscious bias. I've said a lot, and I want to sum up by saying that inclusion plus culture is a survey-based assessment that measures three determinants of successful I&D: leadership behaviors, strategies, commitments to workforce experience. Second, organization practices, which is awareness and understanding of policies, procedures, goals, and targets. And number three, organization culture, a work environment that embraces, supports, and celebrates workers' differences. While once again, congratulating all of you and praising you, all the winners for the hard work, I'd like to conclude with this sort of quote from our CEO, Ms. Julie Sweet. Our commitment to inclusion and diversity starts at the top. A culture of shared success is critical for who we want to be and what we want to do as a company. By embracing inclusion, diversity, and equality, we can attract the very best talent, unlock great collaboration and innovation, and create value that benefits all the stakeholders. God bless. Stay safe. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rajiv Chopra, for that illustrative keynote address. And ladies and gentlemen, it gives me pleasure, it gives me pride. We are elated to be joined by our esteemed chief guest of the evening, Honorable Justice Pratibha Singh, Judge, Delhi High Court, extending a warm namaskar and welcome to you, Honorable Pratibha Singh. Very warm welcome, ma'am. Thank you for joining us. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, before we hear our esteemed chief guest, allow me to please get introduced to you all our next keynote speaker, Ms. Pallavi Shroff. She is managing partner of Shardul Amarchand Mangal Das & Co. and heads the dispute resolution practice at the firm. She is also the chief mentor for the competition law practice and has been instrumental in establishing special initiatives for women that include, say, versatile work arrangements and fostering women lawyers to advance leadership roles. Well, 38 years of highly regarded experience, Pallavi's expertise spans across dispute resolution, competition law, and white-collar crime, to name a few. Ms. Shroff, it's over to you for the keynote address. Ms. Shroff, we'll just request you to unmute yourselves.
Justice Pratibha Singh, Akriti, Rajiv, and friends. Akriti, thank you for having me here today. And it indeed gives me great pleasure to be here and speak to some of our younger members of the profession on what it has been and what one should expect in the future. And it's not only for what our younger generation should be looking forward to, but it is what we as the previous generation, I would call, have to do further. What we have done and what more do we need to do to enable women and to empower our younger lawyers to rise to the top. Today, if I were to tell you that there was a time in India when you could study the law, you could qualify to be a lawyer, but you couldn't be a lawyer and you couldn't practice law. You would laugh today. But that was in reality the fact till Cornelia Sorabji was first enrolled by virtue of a decision of the Allahabad High Court in 1921. Prior to that, two bright young women, Regina Ghosh and Bala Hazra, could not be enrolled because the Kolkata and the Patna High Court actually interpreted the law to mean that it excluded women. It finally took the Legal Practitioners Women's Act of 1923 to allow women to practice the law in this country, to be pleaders, as they called then, in this country. We are almost 100 years from that date. We are in 1921. What have we done for ourselves over this last 98 years? Interesting. I think things have changed substantially from then to today. And I can talk about the last 40 years, during which I have practiced the law. And I have seen myself a huge change. Insofar as the litigation practice is concerned, and we all started as litigators, I think there's a huge change from being just a handful of women lawyers in the Delhi High Court, and that's where I started practice. I will speak about the court, who came regularly to court, who was prepared and wanted to argue their matters. Today, we see so many bright young women regularly arguing their matters, not even hesitating, so well prepared and so articulate. I remember the time when I started practice, so many judges would ask me, are you going to argue? And I would say, I almost felt like saying, why else do you think I'm in court with my books and papers and briefs and all, Couldn't say that, of course, and I would nod my head and start. I remember one judge even sort of smirking and telling the other side lawyer she wants to argue. Oh my God, she's brought her books and she wants to argue. And I took that up as a challenge. It can be equally, disturbing to be sort of told off or smirked at by a judge. But I took that as a challenge to say, you know what, I'm going to show this judge I'm here to argue, and I mean business. And I started and I went on till I got an order and came out of court. You had to have a lot of tenacity, lot of grit, determination. Those were the days when you couldn't really say that, your child was unwell at home and so you couldn't prepare. We all were young mothers. Could I say I had a daughter who was unwell with high fever and so, well, couldn't do it? No, you couldn't come back to court and say you had this problem, because then somebody would turn around and say, well, I told you women have other responsibilities, and how is she ever going to manage doing my job, doing my matter correctly or with full attention. So you sat at night with child in your lap or on your shoulder, pacing up and down, and then also trying to read. You were prepared next morning. Today, if something like that had to happen, I don't think the young lawyers would take that well at all. But those were the days. Today, I think things have changed. If there is an emergency, the judges understand that, they appreciate that, and yes, they are a little more liberal than they were in our days. That didn't somehow bother me, because it was just another round of challenge that one had to take over a period of time, and one weathered on. Quite often we were asked, what is work-life balance? And I would say, what is that? Today, when we interview people to come into our law firm, the question when we ask them, what do you want to ask us about it? The first question they ask us is, what is the work-life balance protocol in the firm? And I quite often ask myself, I think things have changed. We are at a much faster pace. The stresses of life are very different from the time that we were practicing then. Everything's wanted yesterday. I remember a cartoon that we had in our office, which had a monkey with piles and piles of paper, and it said, everything's wanted yesterday in this bloody place. Sorry for my profane language, but so that's what life is today. Everything is wanted yesterday. The stresses are much more. And I really sometimes I'm a little surprised. I really am a loss at what to say. But let's look at it in another way. When you are enjoying doing what you do, I think it doesn't become a burden. You don't view it as a issue or a work-life balance situation. I think we found our own work-life balances in different ways. And I think this is where the firm and a firm culture should come in, actually. What I had to the liberty or the luxury, I put it now, of doing is that I could bring my children to work on a Saturday after school, or I would take them to court with me in school vacation, and they'd literally hang on my coattails. Or if I went to a seniors conference, they'd come with me, they'd sit outside with their paint books and brush, and I did my conference for hours. And all that, it didn't bother them. They were with me, they were happy, we chatted along the way. And these were sort of things. And I remember a young lawyer who's a very, very bright young lawyer today, who used to be my junior, actually she had a matter, young lawyer starting practice. She actually went to court with a young child who was about 15 or 20 days old. The maid and the child were in the car with air conditioning on while she zipped into court, came back after half an hour, argued her matter, and came back and went home. That's incredible courage, according to me. But today's women have that courage. They are enterprising and they do not mind taking, that position and going ahead. And I salute them for the courage that they had. I think instead of complaining, they do that. I think one other factor that I have seen while women sort of drop off, a lot of young women come into the legal profession after college, but somehow at a certain level, they start dropping off, whether it's in litigation, in the courts practice, or it's in a law firm. And I think the reason is, as they say, law is a jealous mistress. The hours of work are exceedingly long. if you're doing court work, I think, particularly if you ask me, because you have your 10:30 to 4 in court, you come back, you're catching up with the day's work, you have to deal with the clients, you have to complete your drafting, you have to go back to court next morning, so at night you're preparing. These are rather long days. They're fun, but they're long, long days. And not everybody has the ability to do that for various reasons. I think today in India, a woman is considered to be the primary caregiver at home, whether it is for the elders in the house or the children, or even looking after her husband. And whether we like it or not, very few husbands or partners actually share that responsibility equally. That is perhaps more cultural. I don't want to comment on whether it's right or wrong, but within that framework, how are we going to encourage women or empower women? I think that is the question before us today. I think courts coming out with daycare centers where women can bring their children and leave them at least between 10 and 4, I think is a brilliant idea. And I think this should happen with every court, at least start with the high courts and then continue. I think it's superb if you can do that. I think the next story issue would be flexi hours. Well, in a court or a litigation practice, that may be difficult. But at least as far as the corporate side of a practice and a law firm is concerned, I think flexi hours becomes very important these days. And particularly if you want to encourage women to be there. So whether you allow women to be coming maybe 3 days a week, or come say 9 to 2 and then go back when the child comes back from school. These are some of the flexi activities that we will need to think about and permit them to do. I think this gives them the balance that they need when their children is young, the time they need to spend with children and with the family within the social environment that we all live, and yet they can remain in the law and practice the law. With technology today, working from home, frankly, is a breeze. It has its own issues when you are at home in one room or in 5 rooms for 1.5 years. It has different issues and connotations of mental health. But otherwise, I think working from home with the use of technology is possible today. And the COVID has taught us how to deal with that. Overnight, we all went into work from home. We are still working from home, and it's quite possible. The courts are virtual, and we thank the courts for being virtual during this time so that cases can be heard. And I think we have to recognize the fact that even after the pandemic is over, this is going to continue. Partly working from home, flexi working is now a part of our day-to-day life. Not only for women, it would be equally for men, but even more so for women. I think the second issue that I come across repeatedly is bias. And I look at 2 kinds of biases here. One is an institutional bias. The way a law firm is structured is it women friendly? Are your policies neutral? Do your policies actually enable women to flourish and grow? Do you empower them to take decisions on their own? Or is there somebody sitting on their head all the time? I think it's a perception. What is the perception of your women partners in the firm? We see in the firm so many young lawyers come in, and we recruit so many women actually from college. And as they grow into the profession, the requirements and the challenges of long hours do come in the way. But again, with flexi hour policies and work from home, I think this is a real possibility. I think if you look at the law firm's business models equally, they are not entirely women friendly. We work on billable hours, profit per partner, cost per partner. We do all sorts of analysis of every kind of matrice, and how do women actually flourish in such a hard atmosphere is a question that we all need to ask. I think there's always a dilemma whether we should treat women differently and make them stand out, or what I believe is the real way to deal with this situation is to have more neutral policies such that it can apply both to men and women. What are our evaluation matrices? Is it work brought in? Is it work discharged? Is it work going to somebody else is going to deliver? I think all of these factors become very, very important for a law firm in particular. I think equally important is the fact of what we call unrecognized bias, unconscious bias. If we have a heavy piece of litigation, do you think of a woman partner, a senior, competent woman partner to handle it? Or would you say, oh my God, how is she going to manage the long hours in this litigation, versus a man who's got 24 hours out of 24 to deal with it? And I think that's an unconscious bias that we all have. And all of us need to work very, very hard to deal with that bias. And I think I can only speak for myself here and my firm. And I think we do make a conscious effort to, offer an equal opportunity to a woman partner. It's very, very important we do that. And I can tell you that billions of dollars worth of deals, $3 to $5 billion deals, are so often led by all women team at the firm or by a mixed team, but a woman partner leading the deal. And it's such a treat to see this happen. And I think we all need to work towards enabling and empowering the woman. Why should I say no, or in my mind, make up my mind to say she can do this or can't? I think we should make her the offer. It is her call. Maybe she can do it. And why would she give up such an opportunity? Let her take her call. You don't take the call for her. I think that's very important. Also, one big facility, I think, as I was telling of daycare centers at the court, I think even firms need to think of having daycare centers for their women partner. It's almost mandatory now. If you have more than 50 women in a workplace, you may need to have a creche. But I think firms like ours, we started having a creche over a decade ago when there was no law. I think I have seen the joy in our partners' faces when they brought the kids around at the daycare center. And if they've been working after 7 when the daycare center closes, kids have come up to certain parts of the office, certain areas. They've quietly played around, just being happy around their mothers. There is no disturbance, I can guarantee you that. So please think about that, those who have workplaces and law firms, how best you can deal with these situations. I think, as Rajiv rightly mentioned, empowerment of women, respect for women. Empowerment of a woman starts with respect for women. And that is a tone that we have to set from the top. You have to respect the woman. And you have to have your policies where you do not tolerate bullying. You do not tolerate, now of course, all of us have these posh policies and all, but zero tolerance for any disrespect. I'm going to a much wider word of saying disrespect to a woman. How have you created a firm culture that respects women and that empowers women to take decisions? Are there committees where you've put women to take some decisions? Have you backed them? Have you given the resources to them to take that? Are we offering mentorship to the women in the firm, to the partners? And how many of our young women lawyers rise up to equity? Number of women lawyers, at least I know in our firm, have risen up to equity, irrespective of whether they've been pregnant at a point of time or have a baby subsequently. I don't think that should matter. Having a baby is not something bad. It's something beautiful. We need to celebrate that and yet empower the woman to do it. I have a woman partner who started working about a month after she had a baby. I had to tell her, stop working from home, but doing that. Another young mother came back to work in 2.5 months. I had to send her home. I made it a point to send her home at 4 o'clock every evening because she needed to feed her child. But I can see the commitment that these women have today. And I have seen a young mother who took an extended leave, after she had her child and closed 6 deals, 6 very, very complex deals. in the 3 months of extended leave that she took. I didn't need to tell them. People and women are far more committed than you believe. They're far more competent than we all believe. And we need to change our perceptions completely, if you ask me. Give them the equal opportunity to do what we have to do. And I think it's only if we give them this opportunity and empower them, give them mentorship, give them the treatment, I think the right tools and the right measures, that we will be able to make women rise. And I'm very happy to say that at our firm, we have a very healthy ratio of men and women. The gender divide, it fluctuates between 45 and 55. So I think, but we make a conscious effort to do that. And Rajiv, you would be happy to know that we have a whole inclusion and diversity program. And this month, we are celebrating the Gay Pride Month with great enthusiasm. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Ms. Shroff. You yourself very enterprising, and thank you for those pearls of perspectives. And as Confucius said, and you said too, choose to love your work, and you never have to work a day in your life. But thank you for all that you said. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, it's time, a momentous occasion and a moment wherein we will lend our ears for the chief guest address. We are joined by the very esteemed and distinguished Honorable Justice Pratibha Singh, Judge, Delhi High Court, who is a sitting judge of the Delhi High Court in India, where she has made significant contributions to academic literature and legal developments in the Indian intellectual property law as a practicing lawyer, and also as an advisor to several legislative committees concerned with drafting related legislation. Honorable Justice Singh, it would be a pleasure if you could please address the August virtual gathering. Over to you, ma'am.
A very good evening to everyone. Mrs. Shroff, Pallavi, Mr. Chopra, Rajiv, an old friend, Akriti and her entire team at Legal Era. It's good to be back on a Legal Era platform after many years, I think. And I'm so happy that you've done this Women in Law Awards. It was, I think, very needed. There was a vacuum in the space. And I'm very glad that you've done this, Akriti. All the best, though it's in a virtual platform. I'm sure it's very dynamic, as I can see so many familiar faces and names, if I may say, because videos are off. And it's wonderful to see all young friends, colleagues, legal managers, general counsels, lawyers in the bar, everyone. A very, very warm good evening to everyone. It's a beautiful weather outside. I don't know how many of you got a chance to look out. It's actually quite breezy and it's raining as well, I think. So I would like to start off, a large amount of issues have already been raised by Rajiv from an organizational point of view and by Pallavi from her firm's point of view, because I remember when I joined the profession, and not to reveal Pallavi's age, but Pallavi was somebody who was already there in the profession. And so I used to see her with her children, and I can see Tyra there, and I can see, my God, Tyra was going to school when I was in the profession, and now she's a lawyer. So many of you, I've seen many of you all in the corridors of the High Court, the Supreme Court, and it's wonderful to be back even virtually and see you all in all your colors and glamorous attires, even on a virtual platform. It's beautiful. So I only wanted to add a few things about women and how challenging it can be. As my previous speakers have already said, it is extremely challenging for women, whether we are in litigation or in corporate law or in corporate jobs. And the only difference that I see in terms of being a corporate lawyer or a litigation lawyer versus a corporate job is you're either multi-clientele or you have one client. So the way I look at it is a legal manager or a general counsel is basically dealing with one client, whereas people like Pallavi or me would have dealt with multiple clients over our career spans. But irrespective of whether you're dealing with one client or multiple clients, the issues that women face are maybe very similar and maybe a little more for litigation lawyers, except of course during COVID. In fact, COVID has been a boon for litigating women. I have known women who've told me in the last 1.5 years while holding virtual court that they have in fact got back to the profession during the COVID period, because they've now got flexi hours. They can take care of their children in one room and bind themselves for 2 hours in another room, do the matters, again go back. So it's just amazing how something like the pandemic can in fact have its own silver linings and prove to be more advantageous for women litigators. So there's always, as they say, the yin and the yang. It's always black and white. It's never black or white always. They both coexist. And in whatever way, I think women are turning out to be extremely competitive, extremely committed to the profession. And I would think that even the flexible nature of the spouse has become a very important role for women, because, speaking for both of us, I'm sure Pallavi and myself, and also all of you lawyers who are doing so well, I think our spouses and our families play a very important role in what we do. I can definitely give credit to my extended joint family, including my mother-in-law, who's taken care of my children when I was very, very young. So I think these are the family values and cultural issues that have supported Indian women most of the times. In fact, I actually realized that women lawyers now prefer and ought to prefer living in extended families rather than nuclear families. And this is not available to most of our Western counterparts. I have women lawyers abroad internationally in most countries, and they struggle and they almost feel jealous that women lawyers in India, we are able to have some kind of support from our families, whether it's the in-laws or the parents in some way or the other. So having said that, I think that, the atmosphere is very competitive. The clientele is very, very challenging if you're in litigation or in corporate work. The turnaround time for women is as bad or as good as it is for men. The profession is very demanding. It's absolutely cutthroat. If you won 10 litigations, it won't matter. If you lose one, then the client will not bother to leave you. They will just walk away. And even as women, as Pallavi also said, we can't have excuses. You cannot gain sympathy by saying my son or daughter has fever. I recall very clearly when my son was born, we were dealing with a very major matter which went into an ICC arbitration. I'm talking of 23 years ago. And the day he was born, that evening, I had to dictate a counter affidavit for an appeal in the hospital. And on the 14th day, I had come back to court because the appellate hearing, the final hearing of the appeal had started. 14th day after my son was born. So people in the bar thought that I'm mad and my husband was crazy, but that's what it is. And that's what it has been for so many years. And believe you me, as a pregnant woman, I was in the court till the last day, till I went into hospital the night I had to give birth. So these are things which are part of your life, and you can say it today as a part of reminiscence, but never seek sympathy on the basis of your family or your children's situation. Normally what you got back was a smirk, so it's better not to mention it as it's said. So don't ever seek sympathy. It's better to state it as a matter of fact and go on with life rather than seeking sympathy. And what are the expectations of women today? Of course, all of us are computer savvy, managing emails, responses, con calls. I recall we had to do con calls as litigating lawyers at 7 a.m. because there's a client in Australia and there's a law firm in the US. So the only time that you can take a call in such different time zones could be 7 a.m. or 12 in the night. So you had to do that. You would put your kids to bed and then take a con call, right? So you still have to wake up at 5:30, take your child to the bus stop at 6 and still get the homework done. You had to do all that. But it's nothing. It makes you stronger. It makes you more resilient. Also, even as women, we do not have whether as lawyers, male lawyers or female lawyers, I don't think we have the comfort of saying, my clerk's mistake, my junior's mistake. The buck stops at you finally. So you have to be responsible for what you are doing. Most of the times, you would have had to cancel your holidays. There is no me time. You don't have time to go to the parlor or get your pedicure or manicure done. You should just be ready to give up all that, at least in the younger times of your life. And I recall one client was so demanding that I had to fly to a conference in New Zealand, but the client was so demanding that he expected that I would be back for the hearing on Monday. So I flew on a Thursday night. The matter went to Monday, flew to New Zealand, did a committee meeting there, came back all the way from Wellington. Just less than 24 hours I spent in New Zealand. So these are things which you do, which make you extremely strong, competent, and you can today say about it with a little bit of pride that, yes, I did this and I did it for the profession, for myself, for my family, and for one's own good. Nobody's, if you're sacrificing these things, it doesn't mean it's for somebody else, it's for yourself. And there is no me time, as they say. I recall, it was I remember this very specific incident when young juniors used to come and join my office. And when they had joined and they had spent about 2 years or 3 years with me, I've had parents come to me and say, could you find her a corporate job where she can work? We want to now get her married. We are not able to find her a husband. Because if she's in litigation, nobody is willing to, no family is willing to agree for a proposal. So I recall, I'm sure Rajiv is also can also remember this without taking any names, that over the years, that can be true even of Pallavi, we've all helped our younger juniors, girl colleagues to join corporate jobs because they're not able to get married if you're in litigation. So this is a common feature. I hope it changes, and slowly I do realize it is changing. And there's one more thing I want to say, dealing with corporate clients. Most corporate clients, there is a problem in terms of networking for women. When we go to international conferences or within India, you cannot go out and have a beer with a male colleague who is a general counsel. Okay, you cannot go out for dinner with a male corporate colleague. Whereas men have various networking events, time which they can spend, women don't have the same comfort. So we still have to be approachable and still maintain decency levels. So it's a little bit of a tightrope walk, but you can do it because, according to me, if you're competent and they know that you can handle the work that will be given to you, irrespective of all these drawbacks in terms of time and family, they still stick by you. And I must say, a large number of male clients, male judges, male lawyers in the courts, they are understanding without being sympathetic. The staff in court is extremely sympathetic to you. They do take care of you. But yes, there are some aberrations, but the aberrations again become challenges. You're not supposed to take them to heart. You just have to smile and walk on. And you can't take it to heart. That's the way it is. And I recall, whenever, for example, there was this feeling among men general counsels that women can't handle very big tax disputes, for example, because there's too much of numbers and maths involved. But all that has changed. I remember sitting on the tax bench in the High Court after elevation, and I realized that a large number of women are tax lawyers now. There are even chartered accountants who have done law and they're arguing matters in courts. There is a hesitation with women when we have to deal with male colleagues and male general counsels or colleagues in the bar or even judges, for example. But I'm sure when you start interacting, you will know where to draw the line and you will know how to maintain the difference between being marked as cantankerous or aggressive or being firm and confident. It's a very thin line for women. If you're a little loud and you tend to be a little aggressive in court, they'll say, She's too cantankerous. Whereas for a man, it'll be, oh, he's very aggressive and very, very efficient. So it is difficult, but you'll know where to draw the line once you get there. For women, if you are in a bad mood in a law firm, if you're a boss, they'll say, oh my God, I think she's having one of those bad days, or she's going through menopause. You could find such comments among male and female youngsters who would say that. But it's okay. You should smile. It's all part of the game, and don't take it offensively and be sporting. And you'll realize they'll also then laugh with you, right? And for example, I recall when we started this, when our family, we've started the scholarships for Cambridge University for LLM students from India. And in the first few years, every year it used to be 1 or 2 girls who were getting it for 3 consecutive years. And I recall one day I was standing in the lobby in the High Court, and one of the young boys comes up to me and says, ma'am, you'll never give a scholarship to a boy, is it? And I felt so sad that, he thought that I was being discriminatory in that scholarship event. So the next year, of course, we have boys, and now there are about, out of the 13 people who've got scholarship, 4 or 5 are boys. So there are no, but that scholarship entire sequence actually showed me how there are much more competent and meritorious women now entering the profession. It was very difficult for us. Every year, out of 10 students who would come up for scholarships, 8 would be women and 2 would be boys. It used to be such a disproportionate meritorious girls who would come up. And I recall now, last year when I was looking at I was part of the committee which was dealing with judicial exams and recruitment for the lower judiciary in Delhi. You will all be surprised, 60% of the recruits every year now are women in the lower judiciary. And there are people from national law schools, girls from national law schools. We hold training programs for them. Every year you go to the sub-judge, magistrate, all these civil judges. So many, 55 to 60% are women. So I really think that as they climb the ladder, you'll see more and more women coming into even the litigation environment. So I really think there are various tips that I think we should remember as women. Firstly, for example, it's very important for all of you to keep reading business newspapers every day, business and keep up to date with what's happening. Because I remember whenever a client came into a conference, and if suppose I mentioned a fact or something I knew out of the blue, saying, oh, how's your joint venture coming along with this? Even if they've come for a trademark matter, they would then realize, okay, we're talking to somebody who knows what's happening, and not just, somebody who's just focusing only on her work or her family. And I think competence and hard work beats everything. Women shouldn't be reluctant in marketing themselves. You should know, don't show off, but you should learn the tricks of marketing. And there's nothing wrong in marketing yourself in the right way, in the right manner. And be clever. Don't pick bad fights. Pick your good fights, and only fight if it's needed. Otherwise, most of the times it's better to ignore. One thing about children, I feel, is children initially feel that their mothers are not spending enough time with them. But I can tell you, as a matter of fact, when they see their mothers so competent and doing so well, they feel very proud of you. So you can teach them how to be independent while being available for them. This can be taught in a very nice way by making sure that they are accountable to you, but still giving them their independence to make their own decisions, when they should do homework, when they shouldn't be doing homework. You don't need to give them, this is homework time, this is TV time. You should say, okay, I want this done. How you do it is your problem, And the minute you start giving them those little bit of freedoms, you'll realize that they do, and keeping them accountable, they do start feeling proud about their mothers and the fact that they are working. And, you can be very firm and steely from inside, but still have a smile on your face. That makes a very big difference. And as women, being pleasant is very, very important. Make sure you're abreast with all your general knowledge, with your general, awareness. And it's good to specialize, especially I feel with women, it's if you have specializations, it does help in earning a name very quickly. And because then you are focusing and you'll be an expert in that particular field. There's no harm in specialization. And, I can just say that the victim mentality has to stop. We have to be confident about ourselves, and we should never claim and ask for sympathy from society or otherwise. And you'll realize when you look at statistics itself that initially, I remember in 2013, when I had applied for designation in the High Court, I don't think there were even 3 women in the Delhi High Court who were designated at that time. But today we have about at least a total of about 15 women. And there are 15 women, at least 15 to 20 women in the Supreme Court who are designated. So slowly and slowly, the percentage is increasing. And I don't think there's any bias against women anymore. There used to be biases before, but I don't think those biases exist. And today it is very common when I have seen a woman, all women division bench, all women lawyers arguing in court. It's a very common sight, at least in the Delhi High Court. And I'm sure this is the same even in the trial courts. You see large number of general counsels, legal managers, assistant legal managers, vice presidents being women and very, very competent. And I can only say, repeat the quote, which is always said, only the strongest women become lawyers. So whether you're lawyers within your own companies, whether you're lawyers doing corporate work, whether you're doing litigation, you're all very strong. And, the feeling that women lawyers will be very fighter friendly or dispute friendly is not true in their personal lives. I think women, having seen the courts, know that there's not much in that when it comes to personal life. I think women are much wiser because they're lawyers. And so the societal stigma against women lawyers also needs to disappear quickly. And I think all of you will make a difference going forward. And Akriti, I thank you very much for having me again. And it's always a pleasure to address women platforms. And thank you and congratulations to all the nominees and the winners of today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Justice Singh, for vibing that genuine enthusiasm, that warmth, that guidance, that inspiration that felt so relatable and felt so true. Thank you very, very much. And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, we do not, need the magic to transform our world. We carry all the power we need inside ourselves already, as our speakers just said. Well, this Saturday evening is reserved to honor that power within you, ladies. So, ladies leading the law. Well, let's roll into the first segment of the Legal Era Women in Law Excellence Awards 2021. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a good round of cheer, everyone. And with some happy vibes, let's begin the awards presentation ceremony. Well, our presenters are kindly stationed on the stage already. So what's the wait for? Let's begin. And here's taking the first awardee name, a hearty congratulations to you, Astha Apya, the General Counsel, M2P FinTech. Many congratulations to you. Well, in your role, you're responsible for advisory, documentation, litigation, and transaction support, and identify legal issues, providing counseling to the officers of the institution and other upper management. Astha, it will be wonderful to have you receiving the honors.
Thank you so much. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It is my honor and privilege to be receiving this award in the presence of our country's respected dignitaries. I sincerely thank Legal Era and the committee members for it. I'm deeply grateful for the support of my family and mentors as well. This award is dedicated to every woman who has, against all odds, risen up to their calling and achieved the success they can proudly call their own. Thank you once again.
Hearty congratulations once again, Astha. Well, such learned words, may I say. And with that, our next awardee, ladies and gentlemen, let's have some good applauses brimming up for Anjali Ghosh, the head legal AWS India and South Asia PS Amazon Web Services. Well, Anjali, We are so proud that you're responsible for providing legal advice to AWS senior leadership, strategizing to drive Amazon's worldwide expansion efforts, negotiating with the top representatives of central government ministries, nodal agencies at the federal and state level. Congratulations to you, Anjali, and please receive the honors.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Anjali. That was quick, that was sharp. Thank you for that gleaming smile. And with that, our next award, ladies and gentlemen, our Legal Era Women-in-Law Excellence Award 2021 goes to Anu Moga, partner, Anant Law. Well, Anu practices and she focuses on competition, antitrust, and international trade laws. This is clients in technology, media, and telecom, and is amongst very few professionals to have advised on issues relating to capital dumping and the overlap of competition law and the international trade laws. Here's to you, Anu. Congratulations. Anu, we would just request you to unmute yourselves and share that enthusiasm.
Thank you so much. Thanks to Legal Era. My sincere gratitude to the jury for finding me worthy of this honor. Congratulations to all my fellow winners. While I make my journey forward in this profession, I must use this opportunity to thank all women professionals, judges, lawyers, and leaders for leaving exceptionally large shoes to fill and charting inspirational paths. I thank all my seniors and colleagues, learning and working alongside who I stand before you for accepting this award. Thank you so much. Thank you again.
Congratulations. Well, you women are unstoppable, and our next unstoppable woman, the award goes to Asmita Pawar, the head transactional advisory and IP, risk assessment and mitigation strategy compliance, Tata Technologies. Well, skilled contract negotiator, corporate law specialist with a decade of diversified experience in the IT automotive sector across geographies, North America, Asia Pacific. Ladies and gentlemen, she is the one demonstrating end-to-end contract management and complex business transactions. Well, Asmita, it would be a pleasure to see you receiving the honors from the leading figures as presenters on the stage.
Thank you, Shika. Hello, everyone. This recognition is indeed a great encouragement and a testament that I'm on the right path. It would have been an honor to meet all of you in person, given this unprecedented time. Nonetheless, it's an honor to share the screen with all of you. With that, I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to all my mentors, family, of course, esteemed and prestigious jury panelists, Akriti, the Legal Era team, and of course, congratulations to all fellow winners. More power to you, ladies. Thank you.
Congratulations. He is wishing you more power. Our next awardee, mighty congratulations to you, Armin Pardiwala, the partner at Crawford, Belly & Co. Well, capital market transactions, mergers and acquisitions, project financing. You are currently advising the Government of India, Ministry of Finance on privatization and disinvestment transactions. Congratulations, Armin. Please receive the honors.
Thank you very much, Shikha. I thank the jury for recognizing the hard work and perseverance which has gone into this award for 20 years. And a special thank you to the team of Legal Era for conceptualizing and introducing such a well-thought and a well-conceived award to encourage the women lawyers. We really need this encouragement. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. And with that, our next women-in-law who is exhibiting excellence, Dhwani Rao, the head legal counsel, IP, digital, HR laws for South Asia region, head of data privacy for South Asia region, Nestle India. Congratulations, you are the next winner. Industry specialist. Well, you're the one who's contributed in the Gujarat government initiative, and you enjoy visiting colleges to disseminate information, mentor, and engage the students. Many congratulations.
Thank you so much. It's an honor to receive this award among such august company. It's unfortunate that it is not happening physically because I wouldn't have missed the opportunity to touch Pratibha ma'am's feet because she's been integral in making what I am and has been integral in my value system. Thank you so much, everyone. And I want to end with this quote that behind every successful man, there is a woman, but behind every successful woman, there is a family. And heartiest congratulations to all winners and to their families. Thank you so much.
Well, Dhwani, we could not echo enough with you. I absolutely, and all the women and all the men watching out there, I'm sure, echo this with you. Thank you and congratulations. With that, heading on to celebrating our next winner. Hearty congratulations to you, Ekta Gupta, partner, Shardul Amarchand Mangaldas. Well, last 3 years, Ekta, you're recognized amongst the top 12 hardworking corporate lawyer in Asia by Mojo Market, based on the number of deals closed so far, and you closed as the winner. Congratulations.
Thank you to the jury for this honor and encouragement. I congratulate all the fellow nominees as well as winners, especially with pandemic as a constant in the background for the last year and a half. It's not been easy for any of us, and there's a lot to pat our back for. As a woman, I am especially proud to be working at Shardul Amarchand, which provides a gender-neutral platform for women and an equal opportunity for women. As Palvi ma'am already said, there is, on a lighter vein, we have facilities of a salon and a creche, but there is no discrimination made on the basis of gender. If anything, more and enough opportunities given to women in this organization. I'm thankful for that. And most importantly, Legal Era, thank you so much for organizing this and recognizing the effort of women in business law. Thank you.
Thank you, emphatic Ekta, very emphatically pointed out. And with that, we are marching ahead. You women are unstoppable. So let's not stop the celebrations. Hearty congratulations, Juhi Sinha, the Vice President and Deputy General Counsel Legal at Interglobe Enterprises. Extremely seasoned legal professional, 18 years of experience. Has led some very large litigations outside India involving business, having been instrumental in winning the litigations for the company, and congratulations on the win. Here's, well, I guess Juhi is unable to join us, but we would just request her relative to please receive the honor.
Good evening to all of you. I'm Juhi Sinha, Deputy General Counsel and Vice President Legal for Interglobe Enterprises. I'm very thankful to the members of the jury, the legal fraternity and Legal Era for such a distinguished recognition. I would like to thank countless other people who cannot be individually named here, my family and friends. Thank you very much to all of you. And many, many congratulations to the winners for achieving this great milestone. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And here's extending big, mighty congratulations. And with that, let's celebrate you, Kanika Shah Wadhwa, the Legal Director and Senior Counsel Head of Legal in India subcontinent from GlaxoSmithKline Asia. Well, you lead cross-functional team from the front. Well, leaders lead from the front, really, and you negotiate, helping operationalize the consignment selling arrangement with HUL, under which HUL has partnered with GSK. Well, it's time that we honor you. Please receive the honors.
Thank you ever so much. Good evening, everyone. I'd like to thank and appreciate Legal Era for encouraging and recognizing women in the field of law. To the members of the jury, thank you ever so much for the honor that you have bestowed, and the wonderful family, friends, and colleagues that I've been blessed with. Thank you, because without you, I wouldn't have been anywhere. Thank you ever so much.
Wow, Kanika, that feels so good to hear. Congratulations. And our next Legal Era Women in Law Excellence awardee is, ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up loud and clear for Krishnama Khan, the founder, KK Associates, seasoned arbitrator, a strategic litigator. Can we just hear her live and receive the honors?
Good evening, everybody. I am truly honored to receive this award from the distinguished dignitaries. Thank you, Legal Era and jury, for this recognition. I hold this award on behalf of my team, without whom this wouldn't have been possible. And I also congratulate all my co-participants and the winners. Thank you once again.
Well, for the people out here, I would like to say, here a gem, there a gem, everywhere a gem. Now, who's the next gem out here? Let's bring some applauses. Our presenters are so wonderfully smiling and congratulating. Thank you for that. Mehmoona Badshah, the founder, Badshah Legal, congratulations. Well, you do so much, handling all the legal affairs relating to Apollo hospitals, ongoing training programs for the healthcare professionals. Here's saying a big congratulations.
Thank you, Legal Era, for not just giving me this award, but for creating this platform where women in this very tough profession and extremely fulfilling too, have a voice and a place to be recognized. Thank you to the eminent jurors and the jury members who have recognized my journey as being worthy of receiving this award. A special thanks to Akriti, because I never realized that one short conversation with her would culminate in me receiving an award on this day. I dedicate this award to the most important woman in my life and role model, my mother, who brought me up to be fearless and brave and always said to me, there's no alternate to hard work. I dedicate it to my father, late Sri Habibullah Badshah, who was a doyen at the bar and who taught me that ethical principles and integrity are the cornerstones of any good, fulfilling law practice. I believe each and every woman everywhere is a winner, from my domestic help to homemakers to everyone who tries hard, toils day in and day out, and their voices are not heard and their stories are not heard today. But I think they're all winners along with the other winners of today, and I congratulate every woman everywhere. I say a big thanks to the entire support structure I've had throughout my life, throughout the 28 years of my practice, and to my friends, to my colleagues, and all those who have held me together in the most tough times. And finally, to the four most special people in my life, my three daughters who have never cribbed through all the times I have never been at home and never been there to attend their school functions, and who have always been proud of me, I hope. And finally, to the very special man in my life, my soulmate and husband, thank you for having the faith in me and helping me be proud of myself. Thank you all for this wonderful evening and for this award. Thank you.
Mehmoona, well, to be honest, there's a little goosebump that I experienced as you were just talking to us. So good to know that you have so many cheerleaders around you. So congratulations. Keep being happy and keep being at it. With that, celebrating our next awardee, let's have some good round of applauses for Mamta Rani Jha, the senior partner from Intel Advocate. Well, today acknowledged as the leading authority in the Indian IPR scenario, besides being known for the unprecedented efforts she puts into client servicing. So here's celebrating that feather in your cap, Mamta.
Thank you, Legal Era. Good evening, everyone. It's a privilege and extremely proud moment to receive this award when Honorable Ms. Justice Pratibha Singh Ma'am is there, who has inspired us from day one in the profession, and she continues to inspire us so much. Thank you, Pallavi ma'am. You have also inspired us, and you have brought out so many points which every day, every woman face. I would only say, women, let's create humility, collaborate, and create more leaders so that we give more awards and more women come forward in this profession. Thank you so much. And I dedicate this award to my lovely team who has been supporting me day in, day night, relentlessly. And I'm very happy to say that my maximum percentage of my team is of women, and I'm feeling very, very proud for all of them. Thank you very much.
Congratulations again, Mamta. As you're all speaking, I believe that every sentence that you're saying becomes an adage. And of course, we are so happy to have our honorable chief guest with us. Well, with that, let's honor Meenu Chandra, the Vice President, Legal, Commercial and Compliance from HCL Technologies. Well, someone who's 23 years of experience, actively engaged in policy debates and various publications on data privacy, cyber security, so much and so more. Congratulations to you, Meenu. Well, looks like you won't be able to join us right now, but here's sending you the best vibes and more power. And with that, let's march ahead and celebrate our next awardee, Manisha Singh, the founding and managing partner, Lexarbis, a distinguished lawyer, 17 years of illustrious career. Well, these women inspire totally, known to be one of those leading thought leaders in these segments, and is liked for her proactive work, out of the box, business oriented counseling and representation. Congratulations, Manisha.
Thank you, Shikha. Good evening, everybody. And it's a great honor to receive this award from Honorable Justice Ms. Pratibha Singh. She has always inspired all the women at the bar in the Delhi High Court. Thanks to the other presenter, Mr. Chopra. Akriti, thanks to you, to the Legal Era, and definitely my team who always constantly believes in me to execute whatever I say, and I really make it very tough for them, and thank you to them. But last and not the least, I owe this to my grandmother and my mother who really worked hard on me. Thank you, everybody. Have a great evening.
Thank you so much. Congratulations. Up next, we are going to acknowledge the efforts of Nandita Gera, the Director, Legal, Risk Management and Compliance, India Subcontinent, DP Shankar, 17 years of experience, varied spectrum of legal practice. She has contributed to help businesses win in complex environments while guiding them to operate within the parameters of law. Here's to you, Nandita. Congratulations.
Thanks, Shikha, for the introduction. I would like to start by saying that I'm extremely honored to be among some great luminaries and women from the field of law today. Honorable Justice Pratibha Singh, it's an honor to receive this award in your presence. I remember meeting you from my PepsiCo days, and I've always been inspired by you. Thanks to the esteemed panel of jury, Akriti, and the entire Legal Era team for this recognition. I'm absolutely humbled and exhilarated to receive this award. It would be incomplete if I didn't mention a word of thanks for those who have helped me in my journey, who opened doors, who provided guidance to me in my early years, and encouraged me to stay steady on the course. Thanks to my team at DP Shankar, thanks to my colleagues at DP Shankar, who always provided me a great ecosystem of support. Last but the least, I would like to acknowledge my family, my husband for being a pillar of strength, my children, and my mother for always encouraging me to believe in myself. Thanks, Legal Era, once again.
Great, congratulations. Well, with that sense of nostalgia also as our winners speak to our presenters, let's honor their efforts. Next for Neha Verma, the legal head and company secretary from Piniska Healthcare Private Limited. Well, she heads the legal and secretarial department of the company. The core responsibilities, of course, carried out with due diligence on behalf of the company. Congratulations, Neha.
Thank you, Shikha. Thank you for the honor. I'd like to thank the jury and Legal Era and Akriti for bestowing this honor on me. I feel very privileged to receive this honor. I would like to thank my team and management at Punishka for constantly supporting me in all my endeavors. I would also take this opportunity to thank my family and friends who have been my pillars of strength during all phases of my life. And I would also like to thank my husband and kids for being there and being my support system, and also take an opportunity to and I would like to dedicate this award to my inspiration, my grandfather and my father, because of whom I became a lawyer, and I'm proud to be a third generation lawyer. This award is dedicated to them. Thank you.
Congratulations and thank you, ladies and gentlemen, the Legal Era Women in Law Excellence Award 2021. And our next winner is Pooja Bedi, General Counsel, Philips India Subcontinent. Well, she is leading the legal and compliance function. Her core competencies being leadership and management, public policy, corporate law. I need a lot of another minutes to talk about her. So here's straight away handing it over to you, Pooja.
Thank you so much, Shikha, and thank you, everyone. It's a great honor to be in this list of elite and accomplished women here. Justice Singh, I've been a bit of an outlier when it comes to having a drink with the male colleagues, because 16 years in the alcohol space, I had no choice. I had to have a drink every day with them. That said, I think we all owe this to women who came before us, who have put us on this stage, this platform. And, I completely resonate with what Pallavi said earlier, but real change, enduring change happens one step at a time. I think we're all taking the right steps. To all the fellow nominees and winners, big congratulations. I think we're all making a difference, and go girls.
Pooja, I like the spirit.
Just a thing. Thank you so much.
Great. I wish we could continue the conversation there, but nevertheless, as soon as there's good vibes. Just proceeding with that, let's honor and acknowledge the efforts next for Pooja Sehgal Mehtani, the General Counsel, Asia Service Centers and Company Secretary, ASCI Sun Life India Service Center Private Limited. Well, she not only leads the legal strategy, but also works closely in collaboration with business. And as a General Counsel, her role is very proactive in her approach rather than just being reactive. Pooja, how's it feeling? Congratulations to you.
Thank you so much. Thanks, Shikha. It feels very good. And thanks, Legal Era, for this recognition. Extremely pleased and privileged to receive this award amongst the august company of Justice Singh, Mr. Chopra, Akriti, thanks a lot, Pallavi ma'am. And I would like to congratulate all my fellow winners. I would also like to express my deep gratitude to my family for supporting me all through, whatever I undertake. The leadership team at Sun Life for believing in me and empowering me. My colleagues whom I work with day in and day out. And I would like to dedicate this to my team, who makes me look very good. Their hard work and intellect that takes us forward. And I would also like to thank my teachers and my mentors for guiding me and supporting me throughout. And I would just like to say that in these changing times, we should all undertake to learn and unlearn each day and strive to move forward. Thank you so much, and more power to all the ladies here. Thank you so much for having me and bestowing this honor. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Pooja. Power right back at you as well. And what you said has been added as an adage in my dictionary. All right, so with that, acknowledging the efforts, next for you, Priya Menon, the Executive Director and General Counsel, 3M India. Congratulations, you're a subject matter expert in India for employment law, data privacy, competition law, and also responsible for cross-collaboration with finance, tax, and HR team for effective day-to-day management. And we would like to effectively hear our awardee, Priya, if you're around.
Thank you so much, Shikha. And first of all, I'd like to thank the Legal Era team for such a beautiful presentation put together, and for all the work. I know there was a lot of hard work going on to bringing us all together in this forum. So thank you so much for that. Thank you for the distinguished panelists. It's really been an honor to receive this award and to share it with such amazing and awesome women. I'd like to personally thank all my colleagues and my friends who have supported me during this journey, and especially my family, my husband and my children, for standing tall and helping me, achieve what I think and believe I hopefully have done. So thank you so much again. I really do believe we all have a collective responsibility to foster a supportive ecosystem and a progressive mindset to ensure women succeed and excel in the workplace. So thank you all once again for this, and happy weekend. Thank you.
Congratulations again, Priya, and keep smiling the way you do. And with that, for this segment, I'm on to, announcing the name of our last awardee, but just for this segment, after which we'll have a fresh set presenter joining us. So stay tuned, don't go away. I know it's a Saturday evening, and here's celebrating you up next, Priyanka Chaudhary. Congratulations. You are Director, Intellectual Property Litigation and Content Grievances, Netflix. Well, you head the IP vertical for territories of India and other South Asian countries. You're responsible for product clearance of content and so much more. Congratulations, celebrations. What's happening?
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Good evening. It is such an honor and privilege to share this award with you all powerful, inspiring women, such amazing leaders, such great body of work. I am truly humbled. I want to extend my congratulations to all the winners. And what has made this award so special is getting it from such amazing, incredible personalities who are presenting this award. Truly, truly grateful. Your great body of work inspires not only me, but our younger generation of women lawyers to come. Thank you, Legal Era and the jury, for acknowledging and applauding my 13 years of passion towards law and my hard work. I truly am humbled with this honor that you have bestowed upon me. Giving me this award, you have not just applauded my hard work, but support of an army of incredible people who have helped me reach where I am in my career. My amazing mentors, the team members who have supported and motivated me each day to do the best work of my life, my family, my fiance who stood as a rock, my parents, the incredible parents who helped me be what I am today, my amazing mother who's made me the strong woman that I am, and my father. I want to dedicate this award to my father, who actually taught me the meaning of equality and gave me the confidence to be the headstrong woman that I am today in this male-dominated profession and world. And I think every strong daughter can achieve whatever she wants to when the father stands next to her and says that this is your sky, this is your sky to fly. And I think I'm truly, truly blessed to have him in my life. And it's just an honor. And thank you very much and have a great evening.
Thank you so very much, and many, many congratulations once again. And with that, while I would like to say to you, Rajiv, and to you, Akriti, that we'll shortly have you back. And nevertheless, thank you so much for joining us. I would say a big, big thank you to you, Ms. Shroff and Honorable Justice Pratibha Singh. Thank you so very much for joining us and doing the honors. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for your presence.
Thank you very, very much. And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, before marching ahead, he's just letting all of you know that, yes, we invited Honorable Srimati Nirmala Sitharamanji, the Minister of Finance and Corporate Affairs of India. She could not join us, but she has extended her heartiest greetings to all of us. So for that, Honorable Srimati Sitharaman, we would like to say a big thank you to you. Thank you very, very much. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, you know what? They say that expect the unexpected, and whenever possible, just be the unexpected. Linda Barry, the cartoonist and author, said so. So, here's to these women who just startled us with their achievements, and they are actually the unexpected if we talk about, and if we actually have that microscopic view, right? So with that, ladies and gentlemen, if we are absolutely all set, I am all geared up, all charged up to be inviting our very distinguished and elite presenters once again back onto the stage, starting with inviting Ms. Madhvi Devan, the Additional Solicitor General of India. With that, we would also be joined by, ladies and gentlemen, our very own Dr. Lalit Bhasin, the President, Bar Association of India and the Society of Indian Law Firms. That's it. We would be once again joined by, as you know, Mr. Rajiv Chopra, the Managing Director, Legal, Accenture, and of course, Akriti Raizada Sharma, the Founder and Managing Editor, Legal Era, Legal Media Group, India. Well, with that, if we can see you all there on the screen, very, very warm welcome to our presenters. Thank you for joining us. Thank you very, very much. And marching ahead, well, for the keynote address, if I talk about Ms. Madhvi Devan, she was designated as a senior advocate by the Supreme Court of India, where she has practiced constitutional law, ladies and gentlemen, media law, and environment law. Well, Madhvi was entrusted with the task of framing the government of India's response to petitions by Muslim women challenging the practice of triple talaq. Well, there's so much that goes to her credit and to her existence. Here's just requesting Ms. Madhvi Devan to please come forward and render her keynote address. Over to you, ma'am.
Good evening to all of you, and what a pleasure and joy it is to be here. The pandemic has probably been the hardest time for women in particular, and therefore any occasion where women are celebrated and their hard work is recognized and they are given their due is always a very happy, welcome occasion. And therefore, I congratulate the organizers as well for having organized this program. Of course, my heartiest congratulations to all the very, very deserving recipients of these awards. It is really very heartening and encouraging to see women here in the rough and tumble of, you know, the corporate commercial playground, which has been perhaps the hardest for them to you know, make their mark in. But it's really very, very encouraging, and therefore congratulations to all of you. Well, I haven't come here with a written or a prepared speech, but I happened to be on a flight this morning, this afternoon actually, and I was reading this book. It's called My Own Words by Ruth Bader Ginsburg, an inspiration for us all. And what she says is quite interesting, and it really sums up how difficult the journey for women has been. And in some ways, even after all these years, some things just haven't changed, although a lot has also changed. But I thought I'd just share with you a little passage from this book, where it seems that way back in 1949, there was an opportunity for a woman to be appointed as the first justice of the Supreme Court in the United States. And so apparently President Truman was not opposed at all to this idea, but when it was discussed with his colleagues, the response was this, and I thought I'd just read these 4 lines out to you, because I feel that a lot hasn't changed, and this reverberates even today sometimes. It says, a woman as a justice would make it difficult for the other justices to meet informally with robes and perhaps shoes off, shirt collars unbuttoned, and discuss their problems and come to decisions. I am certain that the old line about there being no sanitary arrangement for a female justice was also included in their reasons for not wanting a woman. And I think not much has changed, because so ever often we are reminded of this. I think Justice Leela Seth had mentioned this in her book. And only about 2.5 years ago, when I became a law officer and I came to occupy one of the rooms on that first floor in the Supreme Court, or the second floor it's called in the Supreme Court, I was told that, you know, why don't you consider taking a room across the road, because there is no sanitary arrangement for women on this floor. And I said that, look, I will use the general sanitary arrangement for women generally. I don't need a special, but it is the attitude that this is not meant for women. You happen to be the exception. And it's really sad that we haven't moved on. But I think as women, we find our ways around it. And I think that is a very special quality that women have. We have the ability to make the most of our situations and move on. And I think it's really very encouraging that women have risen to positions as general counsel, partners in law firms. As counsel, perhaps they are still, we have a very, very long way to go. But, there are a few conversations perhaps which women need to have together. And perhaps we need to start those conversations very early in the day, even before perhaps you have entered into the rough and tumble of the legal profession. A couple of weeks ago, I was invited to speak on the subject of maternity benefits. And the outcome of that discussion was interesting because the response generally was that the new amendment of 2017, which actually extends the period of maternity benefits, has worked counterproductively for women. So laws such as the Maternity Benefits Act or the law on sexual harassment is actually sometimes working counterproductively in the sense that it is being used against women it becomes a disincentive. And the easiest excuse for employers not to consider women. Because I remember even at the bar, when certain cases became public on sexual harassment, the response of many, even very reasonable senior counsel, or they appeared to be very reasonable people, and they said, no, we don't want trouble in our chambers. We don't want women. So a law which is meant to protect women and a very, something we really needed is being used against them to keep them out of positions. And likewise, this is what happens with maternity benefits. So, and there is no, requirement to have a certain percentage of women in employment, and therefore, this is also a law which is used against women. So we need to really come up with creative solutions. And I think it's only when women put their heads together that they can really come up with solutions. I would say that, to be a woman is a many splendored thing. You should not have to choose between your career and your family. And a family is something also a very important facet of your life, whether it's your hobbies, your family, all these things are meant to be enjoyed. And we really need to find a way where we can do that, because only when we are happy people can we really perform well. And the traditional, the conventional notion has been, and I think that, most of, even our male colleagues have grown up with this idea that, men, a successful lawyer is always one who has a wonderful wife who looks after the family and entertains on his behalf. And the ideal woman lawyer, on the other hand, is always, someone, generally the perception is that she will be single and childless. So, I mean, this is what we really need to change. And we need to, as women, have this conversation together, perhaps have these conversations in law schools so that we can think a little bit out of the box and make our own journeys much easier. So I won't say very much more, but except that I'm really proud and delighted that so many more of us are going ahead in the profession. Congratulations to all of you, and may this tribe grow and prosper. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Diwan, for voicing that keynote that just made us feel more empowered. Thank you. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for all of us to hear the keynote next up from the President of the Bar Association of India and the Society of Indian Law Firms. Well, we know that Dr. Lalit Bhasin is the managing partner of Bhasin and Co., Chairman, Film Certification Appellate Tribunal. Dr. Lalit started his law practice in 1962. It's been a long and such a prestigious journey, I'm sure, for him. Well, his areas of specialization is from employment and labor laws to corporate law to laws relating to IT and so much more. There's this one thing which I always say about him. He is a luminary whom we all look up to. Dr. Bhasin, could we please request you to please go ahead and extend your address to all our people who are waiting to hear you.
Thank you, Shikha. The topic is Women in Law Awards. Now, we have all heard the expressions father-in-law, mother-in-law, brother-in-law, but this expression I have seen for the first time, Women in Law Awards. Therefore, I really feel an outlaw in this gathering of very, very distinguished, eminent ladies who are present here and participating in this. I feel, why should there be any gender-based awards being given? I'm sure that looking at the trends as visible in the law schools, where majority are girl students, soon there would be sizable representations of women in the legal profession, in the judiciary, and other institutions. What I feel is that soon there may be a scenario in not too distant future that Akriti Raizada may be organizing a Men in Law Awards where selected men will be honored, you see, for the role they play. But anyway, it's an excellent initiative by Legal Era, by Akriti, of recognizing the role that our lady colleagues they play, not only in the profession, but also in various other positions that they hold. And I'm really honored to be in the distinguished company, you see, of Madhavi Diwan. They say behind every man there is a successful woman. I don't know what to say about this famous couple, that is Madhavi and Shyam Diwan. I don't know who is behind the other one, you see. Both are equally illustrious and very committed to the legal profession. Shyam Diwan is a great lawyer, and he's so busy that one can't even, you see, have him for any type of matters that you have, because his diary is always full, but he always finds time to do pro bono cases which have, you see, something to do with human rights, with the privacy laws and all that. And Madhavi Diwan has distinguished herself. You see, I have seen her grow in the profession from the days she was practicing in Bombay. She's grown in profession and now holds the distinguished position of being an additional Solicitor General. But there may be others also who are holding this position, but she holds this position with great distinction, with great dedication, with great commitment. I also saw Mr. Rajiv Chopra here. He's of course the leader of the General Council Group in India, General Council Group. And the General Council, as you know, play a very significant role. And I'm very pleased to see so many ladies as General Counsel of multinational companies and the Indian corporate houses. They are also there as law teachers. I think what one forgets about the role of the lady law teachers. I have seen, because I visit law schools, one or two law schools almost every month. These days, of course, it is through virtual meetings. But I was really impressed, you see, by not only the number of the lady law teachers, but also the quality and the valuable inputs that these lady law teachers they give. Our finance minister could not be here. She is a shining example of, you see, how women can do and what they can do being in the government. She ensured, you see, that life and livelihood, they don't work to the exclusion of each other. So they're protected, you see, the lives by healthcare, but also livelihood by taking certain brilliant initiatives on the part of the government. The even in the law firms, you see, the ladies are doing such a great work. The selection of the awardees, I don't believe, you see, that anyone is a winner or anyone is a loser. I believe that those who are nominated, those who participated, these awards are given, you see, in recognition of their collective work, which, you see, they are doing, whether as general counsel, whether as litigation lawyers, you see, whether as judges, whether as working in NGOs, working as law teachers. Therefore, the task for a jury becomes very, very difficult, how to make the selections. Therefore, selection is, after all, you have to select one. But in the process, the jury learns a lot about what achievements, you see, all the nominees they have attained and what they have done. It's a learning experience for the jury also. And I really compliment Akriti Raizada for initiating this thing. And I consider everyone to be winner, and I treat these awards as representative recognition to all the awardees and to all the women in law. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, distinguished Dr. Bhasin, for speaking to us, rendering that keynote, and also eliciting some lovely smiles and laughter, as I can see my backstage heroines and the heroes, and of course the audience members, I'm sure, are just in the same vibes and celebrating that aura. Thank you so very much. And on that note, without any ado, let's just continue the momentum at the Legal Era Women in Law Excellence Awards 2021. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure by now you should be flooding the social media with your pictures. So don't forget to tag us at Legal Era-Legal Media Group. So you put @ and then you're at Legal Era and hyphen Legal Media Group. So that's our handle. Do tag us, do just celebrate this win. And of course, the upcoming ones, we are all just setting it up. Well, let's say that our deepest fear is not in the fact that that's not even a fact actually, is that we are inadequate. Our deepest fear is that we are powerful beyond measure. It's our light, not our darkness, that frightens us the most. We ask ourselves, who am I to be gorgeous, talented, fabulous? Actually, who are you not to be? So on that note, presenting to you the next set of awards, and the awardees gear up to take the stage as we honor up next Rajeshwari Hariharan, the founder, Rajeshwari and Associates. Many congratulations. Well, the work that you do, negotiated patent licensing transactions, obtained the patents in India for genes and microorganisms, won numerous patent oppositions for India and foreign clients, and the first ever challenge to EMR on behalf of NATCO Pharma. Rajeshwari, request you to please accept the honors. Could we just request Rajeshwari to unmute herself and speak to us?
Yeah, sure. I'm so sorry. Thank you very much, Legal Era, for this award and for conceiving these kind of awards. I congratulate all the women who are receiving this award. I express my special thanks to my mother, who has made me believe in myself and for who is responsible for me, for the person that I am today. My special thanks to all my friends and my colleagues, especially my team who has stood by me and who has executed every command of mine and made this award possible and all my achievements possible. Thank you very much. And I, though Justice Pratibha Singh is not here, I thank her a lot because she's been a great inspiration to all of us. So thank you, Legal Era, and thank all of you. And congratulations to all the women who have won this award.
Congratulations again, Rajeshwari. And here's from a woman to another. Feels absolutely fascinating and good. With that up next, congratulations to you, Roop Lumba, the General Counsel, Head of Ethics, India and South Asia, Rolls-Royce. Well, 21 years of experience, well-versed with civil, criminal, commercial, corporate, food and constitutional law of India, legal metrology, labor laws. Roop, what is it that you don't do? Congratulations.
Thank you, Krishna, and thank you, Legal Era, for conceptualizing this great platform. Thank you, the members of the jury, and my heartiest congratulations to all the winners, and my heartiest congratulations to all the women who have crossed all the barriers and have reached the position where they are today. And my 3 cheers for all those parents who have raised fearless daughters. Thank you so much, everyone. And again, heartiest congratulations to everyone. Thank you.
Kudos to you, Roop. And with that, up next, acknowledging and let's blow some trumpet for Sandhya Tolat, the General Counsel, Aarti Industries. Well, this one has expertise in legal crafting, execution of local and cross-border transaction in both professional and corporate context. Sandhya, congratulations.
Thank you so much. Good evening, everyone. I take this opportunity to express my deepest gratitude to the eminent jurists, analysts, distinguished guests, and the entire Legal Era team for facilitating these wonderful awards in the pandemic situation and conducting it so beautifully virtually. I want to also say that I'm extremely humbled and honored by the award being bestowed upon me. And I want to especially dedicate this award to my grandparents and my loving parents who've given us the best of the education and have never actually distinguished between men and women in our family. And given us always the freedom to chase our dreams. To my loving family and to my friends, my husband who's always stood by me, and to my senior solicitor, Mr. Sandeep Bima Dalal, because of whose training I couldn't have reached where I have in my career. And a big thank you to everybody. As we kept saying that behind every successful man there is a woman. But in my case, a lot of men have put in a lot of effort to, get me here where I am in my career. I'm great to, meet Madhvi today because I still recall that as a junior article clerk, she was the first person I interacted with at the Bombay High Court in a guardianship petition that we worked on. She was appointed amicus curiae by the Honorable Court. And she really navigated it and, helped somebody get a child abroad. So that was that's the beautiful memories that came back when I saw Madhvi today. And I just want to thank everybody once again and congratulations to all of you.
And Sandhya, we would like to thank you. Well, that was, I think, a lovely thing that you shared, and with so much love on the screen, let me just march ahead and call out our next award winner. Congratulations to you, Sanjeet Kaur Batra, the Regional Legal Director, Greater Asia, International Flavors and Fragrances. Well, you lead the legal, secretarial and compliance function, and you have a diverse experience of working in international agencies, law firms. Well, Sanjeet, you are an exceptional lawyer. Congratulations.
Thank you so much, Shikha and Legal Era, for this great honor. I'm privileged to receive this recognition, and that too from such a esteemed. There are legal luminaries who continue to inspire us. My journey would not have been possible without the unflinching support of my parents, my family, my friends, mentors, and the whole tribe. I hope we continue to see a lot of women join this exciting profession and help and use our prowess to make this world better, more empathetic, and more equitable. May we all rise together and reach for the stars. Thank you once again.
Thank you, Sanjeev. Couldn't have been said better. So, all right, on that note, this is a time of triumph for all the ladies in the house. Sanjita Kulkarni, the Vice President and General Counsel, Larsen and Toubro Infotech, congratulations. Well, there's so much that I see you handle in charge of all the legal issues of LTI globally, an advisor to the HR function, termination, rebadging, advise corporate communications on important matters. Here's extending the most important congratulations to you, Sanjita.
Thank you very much, Shika and Akriti. I'm not sure why my camera is not. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear, exactly like your achievements.
I'm not sure why my camera is not loading, unfortunately, but I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the jury, Legal Era Akriti, and Accenture, Rajiv, especially for sponsoring this segment. It is indeed an honor and a privilege to receive this recognition in front of the august presence of the panelists. I think whatever Rajiv and Pallavi spoke earlier in terms of men as champions of gender diversity and removing unconscious biases that most of us have, I think they all resonate very deeply. But very important that I lean towards what Mr. Basin has said, because in my team of almost 11, associates, 90% of are women, and whenever we go to recruit, I tell my team, please look at gender diversity and have men. So it's really a testament to the fact that so many women are taking to the legal profession. I'd like to take this opportunity also to thank my mother and my family. My mother, who was a teacher and retired as a headmistress, has always brought us up with the values. She never stopped teaching. I think it was continuous teaching at home as well. I think I wouldn't be where I am but for her blessings and my family's blessings. Finally, I'd like to say that as a woman, at the workplace, I'd like to be greeted. I read it somewhere that I like to be greeted with a firm handshake followed by equal pay. I think that's really, really important. Thank you and congratulations to all the women. Thank you so much. Good evening.
Thank you, Sanjita. And with that, acknowledgement, appreciation, and applauses. Let it be coming all the way for Shalini Saxena, General Counsel, Pine Labs, where substantial part of her responsibility is on evaluating digital technology challenges, growth, and advocating a business-enabling regulatory framework. Well, for Shalini, I would like to say, I guess she's not able to join us right now, but here's extending big congratulations to you, Shalini. Congratulations. And with that, marching ahead, ladies and gentlemen, up next, we will be acknowledging the endeavor, the efforts. Our next awardee is Swati Sharma, partner, Anand and Anand, for 10 years of core experience in IP prosecution and contentious advisory and litigation in India, privacy, internet laws, so much more. Swati, we'll request you to please accept proud honors.
Thank you, Shikha. I wish to thank the jury and their team for recognizing me on this illustrious platform. I owe this attention to my firm Anand and Anand that truly encourages women work. And Mr. Safir Anand, who specially mentored me in this 15 years journey and have really taught me the meaning of the phrase that the sky is the limit. I would like to thank all my clients for believing in me and for giving me a reason to be creative daily. Lastly, I would like to thank my parents, my husband, for his endless support and encouragement. Thank you all and congratulations to all of you.
Thank you very much, Swati. And with that, I guess I'm allowed to say that make some noise this time for Tahira Karanjawala, the Principal Associate, Karanjawala and Co., who enrolled as an advocate with the Bar Council of Delhi and today holds close to a decade of experience in handling civil and commercial litigation matters, particularly at the Supreme Court of India. Well, I would definitely like to mention that she's also taken up cases aimed at safeguarding the fundamental rights of members of the hearing impaired community and the LGBTQ plus community as well. Tahira, congratulations.
Thank you, Shikha. Good evening, Ms. Diwan, Dr. Bhasin, Mr. Chopra. It is really a pleasure to receive this honor from such an inspirational panel. I wish to thank the esteemed members of the jury and Legal Era for this recognition. I would also like to thank the partners of our firm who have guided me over the years, especially Ms. Nandini Gore, in whose team I've had the pleasure of working for almost 9 years now. She has always had professional and personal qualities that I have admired and which have stood out most clearly for me over the last few months where she has seen personal tragedy. I want to thank her for setting such a high example for all of us. Thank you.
Congratulations once again. And with that, we are marching ahead to celebrate Tanvi Kumar, the partner from Khaitan & Co., specializes in M&A joint ventures. She has successfully managed teams on numerous transactions from start to finish. Tanvi, kudos and congratulations.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. It is really heartening to receive this award. Thank you, Legal Era, and thank you to this very distinguished group of presenters, the panel. I'm really, really honored. This award celebrates women, and therefore I would like to firstly thank the most important women in my life. Firstly, my mother, who today I can almost feel is smiling down at me from heaven. Mom and Dad, I am what I am because of you. My mother-in-law, who has ever been so supportive of my passion for my work. My daughter, who sportingly puts up with my erratic timings and my preoccupations so many times. I would also like to thank Khaitan & Company for the numerous opportunities that I have had through my career, and my mentors, who have always emphasized the importance of thriving for excellence. Last but not the least, my husband, for making my life a soothing breeze. It is said that Nari is Shakti. So may we be the power, may we resonate the power, and may we inculcate the power. Thank you. Thank you so much, everyone.
Well, that's like some roar and some power on the platform. Thank you very much, Tanu. We're so glad you're supported by such kind hearts, and this is how we want to lead as a community. And with that, let's celebrate our next awardee, Tejal Patil, the Senior Legal Advisor, OYO. Well, at OYO, Tejal is responsible for the company's legal function in the region, which includes right from managing regulatory, legal compliance to help steering OYO's strategic initiatives, dispute resolution, etc. Well, looks like Tejal is also unable to join us, but here's wishing you loads of luck and wishes and congratulations. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, you know what Maya Angelou once said, my mission in life is not just to survive. It is to thrive and to do so with some humor, some compassion, and some style. Well, I would have jumbled the words here and there, but this is what she said in a sense. So up next, our next awardee who would truly demonstrate something like this, Tulika Jesrani, the General Counsel, India, Kimberly Clark, here's to you, congratulations. You have the legal function and you're responsible for the overall India operations as part of the India leadership team and the APAC legal leadership team. You provide strategy and legal excellence, exactly what these awards also stand for, towards accomplishment of the India team objectives. Congratulations, Tulika.
Well, thank you so much, Shikha. And hello, everyone. Thank you for this recognition. It's an absolute honor to be receiving this award and sharing the screen with so many women leaders and legal luminaries. I would like to take this opportunity to thank all the support pillars in my life who have been around through my personal and professional journey so far, in the form of my family, friends, colleagues, and seniors. And I know while we are celebrating women in law today, I really want to take a moment right now to thank the two very important men in my life, my father and my husband, who have always cheered for me, and without whose support I wouldn't be here. And lastly, a big thanks to Legal Era and Akriti for identifying women leaders in our field and creating this wonderful platform for recognizing them. So congratulations to everyone. Let us continue to support and inspire each other as a powerful pack of women. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. That was Tulika Jeswani, the General Counsel, India, Kimberly Clark. Well, here's extending a big virtual hug also to all the winners who have just been announced. Up next, we are celebrating you, Twinkie Rampal, the partner, Anand and Anand. Congratulations. Your practice areas include the IP, contractual and commercial IP transactions. Well, you conducted a workshop along with Safir Anand on sensory trademarks that was attended by corporates, and was a study on how visual, sight, sound, smell, taste are becoming pillars of intellectual property evolution. Now that's interesting. And Twinkie, here's your opportunity to extend your acceptance speech.
Good evening, everybody. I'm excited to be here, and I wish to thank the esteemed panel and, of course, the entire team of Legal Era and Ms. Raizada, who have organized this event despite trying circumstances. I also want to take this opportunity to thank all the members of my firm for being there for me and for creating a very enabling and a cohesive environment. I especially want to thank Mr. Safir Anand, and I dedicate this to him as he has been the driving force behind all of my career decisions. So once again, congratulations to all the winners. Thank you, everybody, and I wish everyone good health.
Congratulations again. And with that, the Legal Era Women in Law Excellence Awardee 2021. Up next, we would like to felicitate you, Urvashi Sahai, the General Counsel and SVP Legal OCL PayTM. 24 years of experience. Wow. You constantly deal and strategize around extant and evolving regulatory regime in India. You're registered as a solicitor with the Supreme Court of England and Wales. Here's asking you, how's it feeling, Urvashi, if you're here with us?
Yep, I'm right here. And thank you so much for this award. It is an absolute honor to have got it. A very big thank you to Legal Era and to Akriti Raizada for this wonderful platform. I do want to say thank you also to all my seniors, my mentors, my bosses throughout my career for the learning and the opportunities and the empowerment they gave me. A bigger thank you to my teams, my colleagues, because I really believe you're only as good as your team. And I just want to end by saying, for all those who have awarded today and all those who have been awarded and are giving the awards, much more power to all of us and much more wind under these glorious golden wings. Thank you.
Wow, that felt so good. Thank you, Urvashi. And with that, we are celebrating the excellence of our next awardee, Valarmati Selvaraj, the Associate Director, Legal Accenture Solutions Private Limited. Congratulations. Big and a hearty one, 25 years, primarily as an employment law counsel. Your other areas of practice are civil litigation, arbitration. And yes, according to Rajiv Chopra, the managing director, Valar, he says, as lead of the employment law vertical, has been instrumental in resolving complex employment law matters with her communication, responsiveness, and her ability to think without bias and pressure. So congratulations, and let's hear the happy you.
Thank you, Legal Era, for this recognition. It means a lot to me. And I take this opportunity to thank Dr. Lalit Bhasin, where I started my career. And I always felt his office is more of an institution rather than a law firm. Thanks a lot for all the guidance in the initial days of my learning. And I also want to thank Mr. Rajiv Chopra, my mentor, for his constant guidance, and my family for the constant encouragement. And thanks to all of you. Otherwise, life wouldn't have been that easy. The career path wouldn't have been that easy. Thank you so much. And thanks once again to Legal Era.
Thank you. We know that thank you came just directly from the heart. So thank you and congratulations again. And with that, we are heading into celebrating you up next. Get ready. Let's have some fanfare music. Let's just enjoy the moment. This is for you, Vandana Seth, the AVP Legal 1MG. Well, you manage the legal compliance, secretarial, and fundraise. Well, I have to say that you've also worked with Deloitte India and MS Group. Here's sending you all the lab good vibes and congratulations.
Thanks, Shikha. Good evening, everyone. Congratulations to everyone who has been recognized. So journey doesn't stop here. I think we have a lot to gain. And in this journey for this recognition, I would especially like to thank everyone who has been the part of my journey. Few females, few women folks who have always looking up to be my mentors in my life, and my parents, my colleagues. Special thanks to you for being a support to me. Last but not the least, I'd like to dedicate this award to my daughter, who has been the most adjustable person throughout this journey, and my husband supporting me throughout this journey. Congratulations to Legal Era also for this wonderful event. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very, very much. Well, they say that perfection is achieved not when there is nothing more to add, but when there is nothing left to take away. And on that thought, we would like to invite up next, after, of course, I announce the name, Vandita Malhotra Hegre, the founding and managing partner, Singh and Singh Malhotra and Hegre. You are an accomplished lawyer, 18 years of legal advisory and corporate leadership experience. You're the founding member of the Global IPR Protection Forum that propagates the IP awareness, and you specialize in media and entertainment and intellectual property law practice, and also serve on the board of a leading content producer in Bollywood. So let's have some good energies, and here's hearing your acceptance speech.
Thank you, Shikha. Thank you, Legal Era, for this opportunity. Thank you to the presenters. Good evening, everyone. They say that behind every successful man, there's a woman, but behind every successful woman, there's a village. So I think, this really needs a lot of support. And while we are not gender biased, and we should be gender neutral, but I think till there is paternity leaves and, that becomes the norm, we will need the gender bias for the women. Cheers to all of us and to Team Legal Era. Thank you, everyone. And thank you to all my mentors.
Thank you. Thank you, Vandita. And I could see Akriti just clapping vehemently, and that's great. I would like to clap here as well. And up next, would love to announce the next awardee. Hearty congratulations to you, Varsha Chaudhary Jain, the head legal nutrition from Hindustan Unilever. Well, 2 decades of legal experience, starting with litigation and moving on to the corporate counsel roles in FMCG companies of increasing size and complexity. She's also worked with GlaxoSmithKline, Consumer Healthcare, Amway, Kohinoor, and so much more. Varsha, here's raining a lot of congratulations to you.
Thank you, Shikha, and thank you, Legal Era, for this recognition. Year on year, you have been doing great service, I would say, to the by recognizing the contribution of women in the legal field. Congratulations also to all the other winners here tonight. I would like to dedicate this award to my father. I hope he's watching from above, and I hope he's proud of me. I'm deeply grateful also to my husband, whose unflinching support I receive day on day, and without which I would not be here on this platform. Thank you also to my professional mentors who have opened many doors for me during my professional journey, as well as to the teams I've worked with, and who I've learned from. So thanks, heartfelt thanks from my side to all the people who've been part of my journey. And I do hope that as women achievers, we continue to champion the cause of other women, and we continue to pave the way for people and for women who come after us. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Varsha. And with that, our next award goes to, let's have some good round of applauses. And let's acknowledge Varuna Bhandari Gugnani, the advocate and mediator, proprietor, Bhandari and Associates. Well, one of the first trained mediator of the Supreme Court Mediation Center, this woman actually possesses expert analytical, organizational, negotiation, litigation skills and is an organized and highly trained individual. Varuna, many congratulations.
Thanks, Legal Era, for organizing this award function in the virtual space. I want to dedicate this award to my revered father, Justice K.P. Bhandari, my mentor and guide, who introduced me to the concept of settlement at a very young age, when he was deeply involved in settlement between royal families of Punjab and Government of India in Privy Purse case. And later on, as Advocate General of Punjab, he was member of Punjab Peace Accord. I believe that negotiated settlement is another way of imparting justice. The conflicting parties invest their time and money in future relationships and change their gears from competitive to collaborative mode. This brings peace and harmony in corporate and social structure of our society. I want to show my gratitude to my friend Aditi Chaudhary for introducing me to the concept of mediation, Justice Madan Lokur for training me as a trainer in the Mediation and Conciliation Project Committee, Supreme Court, Justice Sikri for showing faith in me for successfully organizing a Global Pound Conference at Chandigarh, and Justice Kurian Joseph appointing me as a mediator in complex Supreme Court cases. I also want to show my gratitude to Senior Advocate Mr. S. Balakrishnan and my partner, now Justice Subramaniam Prasad, for encouraging me on the path of mediation by saying, "You are doing a noble job." I also want to thank my associates Bhaktivardhan Singh and Tushar Thareja and my family members for their unconditional selfless support in my pursuit of peacemaking. I would like to congratulate all the awardees and most of all, thank you, Legal Era, for recognizing my work and giving me this award. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Varuna. We had no option but to celebrate you. Thank you very, very much. And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, they say that dreams don't work unless you do. So with that, I'm finally converging towards celebrating our final award winner for this fantastic evening. We can just see some tweets coming in. So thanks for showing that love using our official handle. That's Legal Era Legal Media Group. So all right, let's extend finally a big hand towards Yashodhara Kran, the head legal at Geo World Center, Reliance Industries Limited. Well, this woman heads the legal function for the entire Geo World Center and is completely responsible for all legal compliances pre and post opening. Handling a team of advocates and solicitors in the legal department, she is directly involved with commercial negotiations and so much more. I think I should just lead it to Yashodhara and, do the talking and accept the honors. All right, if she has joined us, she is going to be right here. So ladies and gentlemen, in the meanwhile, you can
I am right here. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. If you could just put on your camera, we'll be very happy to see you. And for my audience members, in the meanwhile, you can just pick up your phones.
My camera is on. I don't know why it's not loading. But good evening, everyone. The respected chief guest, panel of speakers, my fellow awardees, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed a great honor and privilege to be sharing this dais with you all. And congratulations to everyone here. If there has ever been a time to recognize the role of women in all walks of life, it is now. I firmly believe that support leads to education, education leads to recognition, and recognition leads to empowerment. I would like to thank the Legal Era team, who has always been at the forefront of this excellent initiative and who has spearheaded this entire thing for so many years. I would also like to thank the esteemed jury panel, who have been so gracious in bestowing this honor upon us. Last but not least, I would like to thank my support system, my parents, my husband, my daughter, my seniors who have made this journey so incredibly enjoyable for me. And in conclusion, I would like to say that an initiative such as this can only encourage and spur more women to embrace the legal profession, making it a truly inclusive domain. There can be no better tribute than this to women empowerment. Thank you all once again, and have a great weekend and an evening. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Yashodhara. If it felt that way, I think we can't be happier. And with that, before I say a big and a very, very important thank you, here's extending a big gratitude to our presenters who kindly consented to be with us and be a part of this fantastic evening. And our awardees took so much inspiration from you all. So thank you very, very much, Dr. Bhasin. And of course, we have our other presenters on the screen, Mr. Chopra. Thank you very, very much. A big thank you to you also, Ms. Devan, for joining us. And Akriti, on that note, may I please request you to extend the closing remarks.
Thank you so much to all the guests and to our most respected chief guest, Justice Pratibha Singh. I think today was a great evening. We could all relate to the journey of Justice Pratibha Singh and our keynote speaker, Pallavi Shroff and Madhvi Diwan. We women have come a long way. And I think there is much more to do to the profession. And I would like to say, I would like to extend my gratitude to our keynote speaker, Dr. Lalit Bhasin, and also above all, Rajiv Chopra. I would like to add that this program was made possible because of Mr. Chopra and Accenture supporting us. Accenture's belief in inclusion and diversity will go miles and inspire others. And I hope other organizations shall come forward to support such initiatives and events. Mr. Bhasin is my mentor, my godfather, and has also helped me come up the long way in this profession. He has given today a vision to us when he said that soon we will be launching Men in Law Awards. That itself means that soon we will have more women, lawyers, students joining the legal profession, and the numbers will be other way around. There will be more women and then men, and then definitely Legal Era will organize a Men in Law Awards. On that note, thank you to all the winners for celebrating with us and sharing their experiences. I would just like to end on one note. The only limit to the heights of your achievements is the reach of your dreams and the willingness for your hard work. Never limit yourself because of others' limited imagination, and never limit others because of your own limited imagination. We at Legal Era are proud to share this moment of appreciation and recognition of women who are competent and ahead of times. Thank you so much. See you soon, and now hopefully in a physical environment. All the best, everyone. Have a good weekend.
Akriti, before saying thank you to you, I'm just keeping my fingers crossed. So absolutely looking forward to host everyone, physically, and shaking hands, with all the happy vibes. So on that note, thank you to you. And thank you, everyone. The most important thank yous always, as I say, is reserved for my audience. Thank you so very much, dearest showmakers. Give yourself a huge round of applause. Yourself, your colleagues, let's give a big, big, big hand. Well, they say an important attribute of success is to be yourself. Never hide, never ever hide what makes you. So this evening was about celebrating women, celebrating yourselves. And as we come to the end of this awards presentation ceremony, we would like to once again thank our partner, our presenting partner, Accenture, for helping us organize this much lovely and memorable evening. And thank you everyone for being such a sport, a good audience. Keep those comments, pictures, trophies, confetti being blown, all the action that you just witnessed on social media coming in using our official handle that you can just tag at Legal Era-Legal Media Group. So on that note, take care of yourselves. Thank you so very much. This was, ladies and gentlemen, everybody, Everybody, ladies and gentlemen, just give it up once again for the Legal Era Women in Law Excellence Awards 2021. Thank you very, very much. This is your host, Shikha, signing off.